Hello friends, welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain. Designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now, let's begin. It started with something so ordinary. It should have faded into the background of my life like traffic noise or rust stains on the sink. Just a routine checkup. My name is Charles Miyashiro. I'm a plumber by trade. I live in the southern part of Chicago, in a modest, red-bricked home with my wife Blenda and our 2 kids, Travis, 10, and little Serena, who just turned 5. We're the kind of people who keep our heads down, pay our bills, and never get noticed. I used to like fixing things. Broken pipes, leaky faucets, clogged drains. They all made sense to me. Water follows rules. It goes where it's supposed to go when everything works right. My life was like that too. Normal, predictable, good. That all changed 3 months ago. It was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays I always make pancakes for the kids before school. Travis likes his with chocolate chips. Serena wants hers shaped like hearts. I'd been having these chest pains for a while. Nothing big, just a tight feeling when I climbed under houses or lifted heavy tools. Blenda kept bugging me to get it checked out. "You're not 20 anymore, Charles," she said, poking my stomach where I'd grown a little soft around the middle. "Just go." For me. So I went. Doc Wilson's been our family doctor since before the kids were born. His office always smells like those weird mint candies no one actually eats. His nurse, Patty, has pictures of cats all over her desk. "Just a quick checkup," Doc Wilson said, tapping his clipboard. "And we'll need some blood work." That's when things started to change. Patty tied that rubber strap around my arm. She hit the crook of my elbow to make the vein pop up. I looked away. I've never been scared of needles, but I never liked watching either. But this time was different. When the needle slid in, I felt a weird tingle run up my spine. Not pain, something else. My eyes drifted back to my arm. The small vial connected to the needle was filling up with my blood. Dark red, almost black in the office light. Something inside me stirred, woke up, a feeling I can't really explain. It was like seeing a color I'd never seen before, or hearing a sound that made my whole body vibrate. I couldn't look away from that vial. The way my blood swirled and pooled, so dark, so alive. "You okay, Mr. Miyashiro?" Patty asked. "You're breathing funny." I nodded, still watching the blood. My blood. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "All done," she chirped, sliding the needle out and pressing a cotton ball to my arm. "Hold that there." But I didn't want it to be done. I wanted to keep watching. It felt like she was taking away something that belonged to me. Something precious. I laughed it off on the drive home. People get woozy during blood draws all the time. It was nothing. Just tired from working that flooded basement job last week. But that night, I dreamed of blood. Rivers of it. Oceans. And in the dream, I wasn't afraid. I was swimming, floating, feeling it warm and thick around me. I woke up sweating but calm, weirdly calm. A week went by. Doc Wilson called to say my tests were normal. Just needed to cut back on the fried food and maybe do some exercise. Simple, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The blood. My blood. One night I found myself standing in our bathroom at 2 a.m. Everyone was asleep. The house was quiet except for the hum of the fridge downstairs and Travis's faint snoring from down the hall. I opened Blenda's sewing kit, found a thin needle. Before I could think about what I was doing, I pricked my finger. A small, bright red dot appeared. Then it grew, swelled, and dripped onto the white sink. The contrast was stunning, red on white, life on emptiness. I watched, totally focused, as it slid down the curve of the sink. I felt my heart beating in my ears. My mouth went dry. I wasn't grossed out. I wasn't scared. I was fascinated. I touched the drop with my other finger, rubbed it between my skin. It felt warm, real, like it was speaking to me. "Charles?" Blenda's sleepy voice made me jump. "What are you doing?" I washed the sink quickly. "Splinter," I mumbled. "Got it out." She nodded and shuffled back to bed, too tired to notice how my hands shook or how my eyes couldn't meet hers in the mirror. Over the next few weeks, it became a routine. I'd tell Blenda I needed to check the water heater or fix something in the basement. She never questioned it. I'd slip downstairs, sit on the old workbench, and make tiny cuts. Nothing serious, just enough to see the blood well up. I'd watch it flow. Time would stop. My breathing would slow. It felt like meditation, like peace. I started collecting samples, small vials I took from work sites, the kind that hold screws or nails. I'd fill them just a little and hide them in the mini fridge in the garage, behind the beer where Blenda never looked. Looking back, I think that's when I should have asked for help. But it didn't feel wrong. It felt like I'd discovered a secret about myself, a truth that had always been there, waiting. I started noticing blood everywhere, in raw meat at the grocery store, in medical shows on TV. When Travis scraped his knee playing soccer, I had to leave the room because my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Not from disgust, from want. My work started to suffer. I'd zone out during jobs, thinking about the blood pulsing through the walls of the house, through the people inside. I'd imagine it flowing like water through pipes, warm, constant, hidden. "You seem distracted," my boss said after I messed up an easy job. "Everything okay at home?" I nodded, but nothing was okay. I wasn't sleeping. Food tasted like ashes. The only time I felt right was when I was watching my blood flow. But it wasn't enough anymore. My little cuts, my tiny vials, it was like trying to fill an ocean with eyedroppers. That's when I found myself parked outside St. Clair's Hospital. It was a Thursday night, raining a little. I told Blenda I was working late on an emergency job. But there was no job. Just me, sitting in my truck, watching the emergency room doors. People stumbled in and out, some bleeding, some crying, some looking lost. The automatic doors opened and closed, letting out puffs of that hospital smell, antiseptic and something deeper, something metallic. My mouth watered. A nurse wheeled out a gurney. The sheets had a large red stain. My hands shook so bad I dropped my coffee cup. I hadn't even taken a sip. I sat there for 3 hours, just watching, breathing, wanting. I drove home in a daze. Blenda was asleep. I took the longest shower of my life, trying to wash away the need, but it clung to me like a second skin. I went back the next night, and the next. On the 4th night, I didn't just watch. I got out of my truck, walked through those sliding doors. Hospitals have a special smell, clean but not clean, like something dead wearing perfume, like life and death holding hands. I walked the halls like I belonged there, head down but stride confident. I wore my work clothes, nothing fancy, just jeans and a plain shirt. People see what they expect to see. A guy in work clothes? Must be maintenance or delivery or something. Nobody stopped me. I knew where the lab was from watching people come and go. Most hospitals keep their blood bank tucked away, behind several locked doors. But that night, some higher power was working in my favor. Or against me, depending on how you look at it. The final door had been propped open with a doorstop. A janitor had left their cleaning cart in the hallway. The room beyond was dim, lit by the glow of machines. I slipped in, quiet as a shadow. The cold hit me first. They keep it chilly to preserve the samples. My breath made little clouds in the air, and there they were, rows and rows of labeled bags, hanging like strange fruit. Some whole blood, some plasma, all organized by type. I didn't touch anything, not that first night. I just stood there, breathing it in. My heart was pounding like a war drum. The bags seemed to pulse with life in the low light. It was beautiful. It was sacred. A church of red. I don't know how long I stayed. Maybe minutes, maybe an hour. But voices in the hall snapped me back. I slipped out the way I came in, past the janitor's cart, through the halls, out to my truck. That night, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I was swimming, but not in water. The liquid was thick, warm, red, and I wasn't afraid. I was happy. I opened my mouth wide, letting it fill me. I woke up with my pillow soaked in sweat and tears. Blenda noticed something was wrong with me. "You look sick," she said over breakfast one morning. Travis and Serena were fighting over the last of the cereal. Normal kid stuff that now seemed so far away from me. "You've lost weight. Are you feeling okay?" "Just stressed," I said. Big job downtown, lots of overtime. She didn't believe me, I could tell. After 11 years of marriage, we could read each other's faces like books, but she didn't push. That was Blenda's way. Give me space until I was ready to talk. But I couldn't talk about this. How could I explain that my own blood fascinated me? That I was sneaking around hospitals at night? That I was keeping little vials of myself hidden in the garage? She'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was. The cuts weren't enough anymore. They never bled enough. I needed more. I started bringing home used gauze from job sites. People get hurt on construction sites all the time. Small stuff, cuts, scrapes. I'd volunteer to do the first aid, then pocket the bloody towels. I got bolder. I'd visit the ER for stomach pain, and while waiting, slip into supply closets, take a few things, nothing they'd miss badly. Once, I fished a blood-soaked rag from a dumpster outside an urgent care clinic. I felt like an animal, but I couldn't stop. And then came the taste. It happened by accident. I was making a small cut on my arm, something I'd done dozens of times by then, but my hand slipped. The cut was deeper. Blood pooled quickly. Without thinking, I brought my arm to my lips. The first taste was copper and salt and life, and it was ecstasy. Every cell in my body lit up. My skin tingled. My vision sharpened. It was like I'd been seeing the world through foggy glass, and suddenly everything was clear. It made me feel right in a way I didn't know I was wrong. I sank to the basement floor, sucking at my own arm, horrified and delighted all at once. After that, there was no going back. I began looking for opportunities. I hung around hospital stairwells, waiting for accidents. There's always something, a cut, a slip, an unattended tray in a lab. I became a vulture, a scavenger. But it wasn't sustainable, and it wasn't enough. I kept losing weight. My skin turned sallow. Blenda tried to get me to see a doctor. "Something's wrong with you," she said one night, blocking the door when I tried to leave. "Is it drugs? Are you sick? Please, Charles, talk to me." I pushed past her, couldn't look at her face, couldn't bear to see the worry there. "I'm fine," I said. "Just need some air." I wasn't fine. I was dying, or becoming something else. Every day the need grew stronger. Every day I felt less like myself and more like a hunger with a human mask. One night, I followed a man outside the ER. He was limping, his leg wrapped in gauze, bleeding heavily through it. I told myself I just wanted to make sure he was okay. I followed him for blocks. Every step he took left a small red smear on the sidewalk. The rational part of my brain was screaming at me to stop, to go home, to get help. But that voice was getting smaller every day. The man turned into an alley and collapsed against a dumpster, breathing hard. The smell of blood was thick in the air. I took a step toward him, another. He looked up, saw me standing there. His eyes were glassy with pain. "Help!" he croaked. "Please." Something in me broke, something human and decent. I ran, not toward him to help, away from what I knew I would do if I stayed. I called 911 from a block away, gasping out the location, then threw my phone into a sewer drain. I couldn't trust myself anymore, but I couldn't stop either. 2 days later, I visited a blood bank under the pretense of donation. The woman at the desk was young, smiling. She had no idea what sat across from her. They did the finger prick test, checked my iron. "I'm sorry, sir," she said. "Your iron levels are too low. We can't take your blood today. Maybe try again in a few weeks?" I snapped. I don't remember exactly what I said. Something about needing to get in, to see the inventory. She threatened to call security. I left, but I came back. 2 nights later, I broke into the facility. It was easier than it should have been. A back door with a simple lock. No alarm that I could see. They never caught me. I stole 2 bags. A B negative. I took them to my truck, drove to the alley behind a Walgreens, and opened the first one with shaking hands. I vomited the first time. It was cold, wrong, not fresh. But the second bag went down smoother, like wine. I drove home in a daze, feeling alive for the first time in months, feeling strong. Blenda was waiting up. I thought I'd cleaned up well, but she saw something on my shirt. A small stain I'd missed. "Is that blood?" she asked, eyes wide. "Are you hurt? What happened?" "Nosebleed," I lied. "Got it on the way home. I'm fine. She believed me, or pretended to. I could see the distance growing between us, a chasm of secrets. I started forgetting things, important things. Travis's soccer game, the electric bill, Blenda's birthday. My boss called, asked if I was coming back to work anytime soon. I'd been calling in sick for a week straight. Just get some help, Charles, he said. Whatever it is. Blenda pleaded with me to see someone, anyone, a doctor, a therapist, a priest. I agreed. Not because I wanted help, but because I needed her to stop watching me so closely. I needed freedom to feed. I saw a psychiatrist, told him I was having nightmares, trouble sleeping. He gave me pills, little blue ones that were supposed to calm me down. I flushed them, all of them, because deep down, I knew what I was becoming. A leech, a fiend, but not a monster, not yet. I tried to fight it, I swear I did. I'd lock myself in the bathroom, trembling, biting my own arm to keep from sneaking out. I'd go days without giving in, growing weaker, paler, more desperate. Then I'd break, and the cycle would start again. It all came crashing down on the night of Serena's school recital. She was playing an angel in the school play. Had been practicing her lines for weeks. "Daddy, you'll be there, right? Front row?" she'd ask every morning. And I'd promised. Cross my heart. I even wore a tie, got in the car, started driving to the school. But as I pulled into the parking lot, something inside me shifted. A wave of nausea, then euphoria. I was sweating, shaking. The hunger, the thirst. It was too strong. I turned the car around. I ended up outside Mercy General. Again, the emergency entrance glowed like a beacon in the dark, calling me home. This time I didn't sneak in. I didn't pretend. I stormed the rear entrance, pushed past a startled nurse, forced open a locked lab door, and went straight for the storage refrigerator. I didn't use cups, didn't try to hide. I tore open the bags and drank, actually drank, directly from them. Cold, coppery life pouring down my throat. The alarms blared, people shouted. Someone grabbed my arm and I shoved them away, hard. They hit the wall with a sickening thud. Blood, someone else's or mine, I couldn't tell anymore, slicked the floor. I slipped, fell, got back up, ran. I don't remember the drive home. Just fragments, red lights, horns blaring, my hands sticky on the steering wheel. But I remember Travis's face when he opened the door. They were back from the recital. He still wore his nice shirt, the one Blenda ironed specially. His eyes went wide when he saw me. He didn't recognize me at first. His own father. "Dad?" he said, backing away. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Blenda came running. She screamed when she saw the stains, dark, crusty patches all over my shirt, my face, my hands. She pulled Serena behind her, shielding her like I was some wild animal, some home invader. "Charles," she whispered. Her voice shook. "What did you do?" I wanted to explain. I wanted to cry, to beg forgiveness, to ask for help, but the words didn't come. Only the hunger. Always the hunger. I turned and ran. I've been hiding ever since. I sleep in crawl spaces now, abandoned basements, construction sites I used to work on, places where no one looks. I scavenge for animal remains, break into dumpsters outside clinics. Sometimes, when it gets really bad, I cut myself open just to taste it, my own life draining away. I've tried, God knows I've tried, to stop. I've handcuffed myself to pipes. I've swallowed razors, hoping the pain would drive out the need. I've walked into the freezing lake and stayed until I blacked out, hoping I wouldn't wake up. But it always comes back. The thirst, the hunger, the need. I saw my reflection last week, in a broken bus stop mirror. I hardly recognized myself. Sunken eyes, gray skin, lips red and cracked, hair falling out in patches. I am dying, or maybe already dead, walking around like my body hasn't got the message yet. The worst part? I left them behind, my family, my everything. Travis won't understand why his dad abandoned him. Serena probably thinks I didn't care enough to see her be an angel. Blenda, I don't know what she told them. Maybe that I had a breakdown, maybe that I'm dead, maybe that's better than the truth. Tonight, I stand across from the hospital again, watching the lights flicker through the rain. I haven't eaten in days, haven't fed. The ache is too much. But I have one final gift for my family, a final truth. Yesterday, I broke into a blood lab again, but not for the bags, for the data. I found records, my own, from that first visit, and others, older ones. There's a rare genetic disorder, something dormant that can wake up under stress. My body doesn't retain hemoglobin properly. It breaks it down. I'm starving for what my body fails to produce. But that's not the twist. The twist is that my father had it too, and he disappeared when I was 10, just like I'm about to. My mother always told me he left us for another family, but now I know better. He left because he had to, because the hunger drove him away. To protect us, it runs in the blood, my cursed, beautiful blood. If you're listening to this, Blenda, tell Serena I remember her songs. Tell Travis I was proud of him every single day. And forgive me for not being strong enough, for not getting help sooner, for becoming this thing. I am what I am. And tonight, under the soft blue hum of Mercy General, I walk in for the last time. Not to feed, not to steal, but to make sure no one else like me is ever born again. They have my samples here, my genetic material. I'm going to destroy it all. And then myself. They'll find me there, cold, alone, and at peace. Drained, empty, free. The hunger will end tonight. The doctors will study my body. They'll find the disorder. They'll test my kids. If they have it too, Blenda will know what to watch for, how to stop it before it starts, before the hunger takes them too. That's my last gift, my only redemption. I walk toward the hospital now. My feet feel light. For the first time in months, the thirst isn't driving me. I know what I have to do. I'm coming home, Blenda, not in body, but maybe someday you'll forgive me enough to tell our children that their dad loved them, that he did what he had to do, that some hungers are too strong to fight, but love is stronger still. Growing up out in Marigold Plains felt like living in a half-forgotten photograph. It was one of those tiny towns tucked away in the western heartlands, the kind you blink and miss driving through. Mostly, you just remembered the dust. It coated everything, the cracked sidewalks, the peeling paint on the houses, the inside of your throat on dry summer days. Our sky wasn't blue like in picture books. It was a hazy, tired gray-brown, like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for rain that rarely came. We kids ran around with holes in the soles of our shoes, slapping duct tape over them until even the tape gave up. You learned quick how to step careful, how to avoid the sharpest rocks. Dinner time at our house? Well, it was loud, like most things with 5 kids crammed into a space too small. But the food itself? That was often quiet. Real quiet. Sometimes Mama would bring out a single loaf of bread, still warm, and slice it thin, 7 ways. One for her, one for Papa, and one for each of us kids. We'd eat slow, making it last, pretending it was a feast. Love, though. Love we had plenty of. Maybe it's like that when you don't have much else. You hold on to the people tighter. My father, Samuel, he was a rock. Didn't say much, but you felt his presence. His hands were rough as old leather from working down at the tannery, scraping hides day in, day out. He smelled like chemicals and hard work when he came home, tired clear through to his bones. But if one of us kids scraped a knee, those rough hands were surprisingly gentle. He was proud, my papa, even when things were tough, especially then. My mother, Elena, she was the sunshine, or she tried to be. She had this laugh. Man, it could chase the shadows out of any corner of our little run-down house. It just didn't come out as often as it used to. Each year seemed to chip away a little piece of it. You'd see the worry lines around her eyes get deeper, even when she was smiling. But she fought to keep things bright for us, telling stories, singing off-key songs. Me? I was the oldest. 15 felt like 40 back then. Life had a way of making you grow up fast in Marigold Plains. I remember the day things really fell apart. It smells like bleach in my memory, that sharp, clean smell that can't quite cover up the scent of sickness underneath. Papa's kidneys just stopped, like an old engine seizing up. The doctors used big words, talked about treatments, machines, costs that sounded like made-up numbers from a different planet. We didn't have that kind of money. Nobody we knew did. It wasn't even a choice, you know? It was just impossible. I sat beside his hospital bed for days. The machines beeped, slower and slower, like a clock running down. I held his hand, the one that used to toss me in the air, the one that fixed leaky pipes and broken chairs. It felt thin, papery. I whispered things to him, stupid promises a scared kid makes, that I'd take care of Mama and the others, that things would be okay. I wasn't sure I believed it myself. His eyes, when they looked at me, they weren't scared, just tired, so incredibly tired. Then the beeping stopped altogether. Just silence. A heavy, awful silence. The weight landed right on my shoulders. Being the eldest son, the man of the house now, it felt like stones piling up on my chest. There wasn't room to cry, not really. Couldn't afford the time. Couldn't afford the weakness. Mama needed me strong. My brothers and sisters needed food on the table. Dreams of finishing school, of maybe getting out of Marigold Plain someday. They evaporated like morning dew on a hot skillet. Gone. Life just felt mean, you know? Like a bully on the playground that picks you just because. Society, too. Felt like it was built for people who already had things, not for folks trying to climb out of a hole. The very next day, I walked away from the schoolhouse doors and didn't look back. Started picking up whatever work I could find. Felt like I was trying to fill a leaky bucket with a teaspoon. Loaded heavy crates down at the dusty rail yard until my back screamed. Swept floors at the general store, the smell of sawdust and old coffee grounds sticking to my clothes. Dug ditches for a new water pipe out on the edge of town, the sun beating down, blisters forming on blisters. Didn't matter how hard I worked. It was never ever enough. Just scraps. Just enough to keep the lights from being shut off maybe. Some days, not even that. Years blurred together like that. Sun up to sundown, working, worrying. Watching my siblings grow, their faces getting thinner. Watching Mama's smile fade almost completely. Hope felt like a foreign word. By the time I hit 22, I was worn down to a nub. Felt like an old frayed rope about to snap. Desperation claws at you differently when you're responsible for other people. It makes you reckless. I sold the few things Papa had left behind. His old watch, a couple of tools, scraped together barely enough cash for a one-way bus ticket. Destination, New York City. Heard stories, you know. Streets paved with gold. Sounded like a fairy tale. But what else did I have? Stepping off that bus in Manhattan, it was like landing on another planet. So loud, so fast, so many people rushing, faces set, not looking at anyone. No gold pavement, just grimy concrete, and the smell of exhaust fumes and roasting nuts. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and somehow thrilling. A chance. A slim one, but a chance. Took me weeks of sleeping rough, of doors slammed in my face, but I finally landed a job. Driving a cab, one of those beat-up yellow ones dented on the side, engine that coughed like an old man. That cab became my world. My office, my dining room, sometimes my bedroom when I was too tired to drive back to the tiny room I rented in Queens. The days were a marathon. Endless traffic, impatient horns, fares that took you from one end of the sprawling city to the other. The nights were even longer. Empty streets under buzzing streetlights. Lonely fares, the city breathing differently in the dark. It was a grind, soul-crushing sometimes. But it paid, barely. Enough to send a little money back home each month. Enough to keep Mama from losing the house. That was the fuel that kept me going. But something else happened in that cab, in the quiet moments, the waiting times. Stuck at a red light that seemed to last forever. Parked outside JFK, waiting for a flight to land. I started reading. Really reading. Couldn't afford new books, of course, but the city was full of discarded treasures. Found paperbacks stuffed in backseat pockets, pages dog-eared and stained. Picked up magazines left on bus stop benches. Scored old textbooks and encyclopedias from thrift stores for pennies. I devoured them. Anything I could get my hands on. Melville's whale hunt felt as real as the traffic outside my windshield. Steinbeck's dusty roads reminded me of home, but with a different kind of ache. Hawking tried to explain the universe, and even if I only grasped a fraction, it felt huge, important. Herodotus told tales from ages ago, making history feel alive. Whitman sang about America, messy and beautiful, and it resonated deep inside me. It was like I was starving and words were bread. Knowledge was water. The more I read, the more I realized how much I didn't know, how much I'd missed by leaving school. That old regret. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a constant ache, a hollow space inside me. Driving millionaires in suits, listening to college kids talk about their classes. It was a sharp reminder. I was just the cab driver, the dropout, the guy who read second-hand books but would never have the piece of paper, the fancy degree. It gnawed at me, late at night, the city lights blurring through my tired eyes. Then came the night that changed everything, a real New York City downpour. Rain hammering on the roof of the cab, wipers struggling to keep the windshield clear. Midnight had just rolled around, the city quieter but slick and gleaming under the streetlights. My shift was almost over, body aching, eyes gritty. A ride request pinged on the dispatch screen. The location made me pause. Way out on the edges of the Bronx, near those old, abandoned textile mills. A dead-end street. Spooky area, even on a sunny day. My gut tightened. Common sense said ignore it, head back to the garage. But the fare estimate was decent, and decent fares were hard to pass up. Rent was due. Mama needed medicine money. Money was money. I accepted the ride. Took me a while to find the street. Dark, narrow, lined with crumbling brick buildings that looked like skeletons against the stormy sky. Rain lashed down harder. At the very end of the street, under a single flickering streetlight that cast long dancing shadows, stood a figure. Just one person, waiting patiently in the deluge. Thin, kind of stooped over, wearing a dark, threadbare coat. Looked like brown, maybe. Hard to tell in the gloom. And a hat. A wide-brimmed thing pulled down low, shadowing his face. He was clutching a book to his chest, holding it tight, like it was precious, like it was shielding him from more than just the rain. I pulled the cab up slowly, water splashing. He looked up as my headlights hit him, and he smiled. A warm smile, surprisingly gentle in that desolate place. But still, something felt off. A little chill that had nothing to do with the rain snaked down my spine. Just a weird feeling. He opened the back door himself, slid onto the vinyl seat with a quiet sigh. Water dripped from his coat onto the rubber floor mat. "Thank you for coming out on a night like this," he said. His voice was soft, oddly musical, cultured, not the kind of voice you usually heard in this part of town. "No problem," I mumbled, pulling away from the curb, wipers slapping rhythmically. "Where to?" He gave me an address, uptown but not far from the park. An old, fancy neighborhood. As I adjusted the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of the book he was holding. The cover was worn, the title embossed in faded gold letters. The Secrets Beyond the Veil. The author's name was unfamiliar, something long and maybe European. Looked old, really old. He must have noticed me looking. "A fascinating read," he offered, his eyes meeting mine in the mirror. They were kind eyes, but deep, like looking into old wells, though perhaps a bit esoteric for some tastes. "I like reading," I found myself saying, surprising myself. I didn't usually chat much with fares, especially not about books. Anything I can get my hands on, really. That started it. We talked, not about the weather, not about the traffic, about books. He asked what I liked. I mentioned Steinbeck, the raw honesty of his stories. He nodded, thoughtfully. Ah, yes. Capturing the dust of the human heart. He spoke about Melville, about the layers of meaning in the white whale, things I'd never considered. He knew authors I'd only seen names of on library spines, quoted poets I'd never heard of. He talked about history, about philosophy, about art. It wasn't like he was showing off. It was like he'd been there, like he'd argued with Plato, shared a drink with Hemingway, watched Michelangelo paint. His knowledge wasn't just learned, it felt lived. Each word carried a weight, a resonance of time and, strangely, of sorrow, a deep, quiet sadness beneath the gentle voice. The drive felt shorter than it should have. We pulled up outside the address he'd given me, and my jaw just about dropped. It wasn't an apartment building, it was a mansion, a huge, sprawling Gothic thing, set back from the street behind a rusty iron fence overgrown with ivy. Looked like something out of one of those creepy old movies. Stone walls stained dark by time and weather, windows like vacant eyes staring out into the rain. It looked empty, neglected, crumbling at the edges, barely holding itself together. He paid the fare, the exact amount, with old, slightly worn bills. Then he paused, his hand on the door handle. He turned back to me, and the streetlight caught his eyes under the brim of his hat. They seemed to gleam, just for a second, with a light that wasn't reflected. It made the hair on my arm stand up. "You have a genuine love for the written word," he said, his voice softer now, almost a whisper. "A rare thing these days. I have something I think you should see. Something perhaps meant only for you." Every nerve ending in my body screamed, "Danger! Run! Drive away! This is crazy." A spooky old man, a crumbling mansion in the middle of the night. It was the setup for a horror story, literally. But curiosity? It's a powerful thing, especially for someone who spent his life hungry for things just out of reach. And the way he looked at me, the deep sadness in his eyes, it wasn't threatening. It was pleading. What could he possibly want to show me? Against all better judgment, I switched off the meter, killed the engine. The sudden silence was broken only by the drumming rain. "Okay," I heard myself say. "Okay, I'll come." He led me through the creaking iron gate, up a moss-covered stone path. The air felt heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else. Something like old paper and dust and time itself. The huge wooden front door groaned open like a complaining giant. Inside it was even more striking. Pitch dark at first, until he fumbled with a switch, and a few dim, flickering bulbs in ornate fixtures cast long, eerie shadows. A grand foyer, marble floor cracked and dusty. A sweeping staircase disappearing into the gloom above. Cobwebs draped like macabre decorations. The silence in here was different, deeper, like the house itself was holding its breath. It smelled intensely of dust, neglect, and forgotten things. Forgotten lives, forgotten dreams. He didn't speak, just beckoned me to follow. We walked through vast, echoing rooms filled with furniture draped in white sheets, looking like ghosts paused mid-dance. Our footsteps echoed strangely on the bare wooden floors. Finally, he pushed open a pair of tall, heavy doors, and I stopped breathing. It was a library, but not just any library. It was magnificent, impossible. Floor-to-ceiling shelves, stretching up into the shadows 2 stories high, maybe more, and crammed, absolutely overflowing with books. Thousands upon thousands. Leather-bound volumes, cloth-bound. Some looked ancient, scrolls maybe. The air here was thick with the rich, intoxicating scent of old paper and leather bindings. He gestured vaguely. A small collection I acquired over the years. Small? My eyes scanned the spines, recognizing names, titles that made my heart leap. A first edition of Don Quixote, its leather worn smooth. A copy of Paradise Lost that looked like it might have been printed when Milton was still alive. Dante's Inferno in what looked like original Italian. Handwritten manuscripts under glass, penned in elegant faded script by authors I couldn't even decipher. And there, in a heavy glass case, illuminated by its own soft light, lay a book so massive it took my breath away. A replica, maybe, but stunningly detailed, of the Codex Gigas, the Devil's Bible. Open to a page with terrifying, intricate illustrations. I felt dizzy, overwhelmed, like I'd stumbled into a secret chamber of history itself. This wasn't just a collection, it was a treasure trove beyond imagining. All those nights spent reading tattered paperbacks in my cab seemed pathetic compared to this. "It's incredible," I stammered, unable to find better words. He smiled that gentle, sad smile again. He walked slowly towards a huge mahogany desk dominating the center of the room. He placed the book he'd been carrying, The Secrets Beyond the Veil, carefully on the polished wood. He turned back to face me, his figure silhouetted against the dim light filtering from somewhere behind him. Then his voice changed. It lost its warmth, its melody. It became hollow, empty, like wind whistling through a broken window pane. "I feel I must confess something," he said, the words echoing slightly in the vast space. "A truth I have carried for a very long time." He paused, and the silence stretched, heavy and cold. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. I could suddenly see my breath misting in the air. "You see," he continued, his voice barely more than a rustle of dry leaves, "I am not among the living, not anymore." My blood ran cold, ice water flooding my veins. The room seemed to tilt, the shadows deepening, swirling at the edges of my vision. The dusty smell intensified, mingling with a faint, unsettling scent of decay. I wanted to run, bolt out the door, back to the familiar noise and grime of the city. But I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the floor, my muscles locked in ice. Fear, cold and absolute, held me captive. "I died," he whispered, the sound seeming to come from far away, though he stood right there, right here, in this library, 70 years ago. He told me his story then, his voice gaining a little strength, fueled by decades of loneliness. His name was Professor Ezra Whitmore, a scholar, a recluse, a man who loved books more than life itself. He had spent his final years utterly immersed in his collection, particularly in arcane and forgotten texts. He had been reading that very book, The Secrets Beyond the Veil, a strange volume filled with philosophical explorations of life, knowledge, and the passage of the soul. He reached the final chapter, began the last section, but his heart, old and tired, simply gave out. He died right there, slumped over the desk, the final 7 pages unread, and that unfinished task, that simple, mundane act left incomplete, had become an anchor. His intense desire to know the ending, his lifelong devotion to the completeness of knowledge, had bound his spirit to the house, to the book. He wasn't a malicious spirit, he explained, just stuck, trapped between worlds, wandering his dusty mansion, invisible, unheard, yearning for release. For 70 years he had waited, watched the world change outside his grimy windows, watched countless people pass by, none sensing his presence, none sharing the specific, pure love of reading that might allow them to perceive him, to help him. He needed someone who read not for duty, not for escape, not for prestige, but for the sheer, unadulterated love of the words themselves, the hunger for understanding they contained. He looked directly at me, his spectral form flickering slightly, like a faulty projection. Many have walked these streets, some have even glanced at this house, but none carried the right kind of light within them. Until you. His voice was filled with a profound weariness, but also a glimmer of hope. You are the first in 70 long years, the first who truly loves the stories, the knowledge for its own sake, the first whose longing for understanding mirrors my own unfinished quest. He gestured towards the desk, towards the waiting book. Only by hearing the final words, read aloud by a kindred spirit, can my soul finally be free to move on. My fear hadn't vanished, not entirely. My heart was still pounding like a drum against my ribs. But something else was mixing with it now. Pity, empathy, and that relentless curiosity. A ghost, trapped by an unfinished book. It was insane, but looking at the translucent figure before me, the deep sadness etched into his ethereal features, it felt real, heartbreakingly real. Slowly, hesitantly, I walked towards the massive mahogany desk. My hand trembled as I reached out and touched the book. The cover felt cool, the paper strangely dense. I pulled out the heavy wooden chair, the scrape echoing loudly in the silence, and sat down. Professor Whitmore, Ezra, drifted closer, watching me with an intensity that was palpable, even from a being seemingly made of smoke and sorrow. He gestured towards an old oil lamp on the desk. Somehow I knew how to light it. A soft, warm glow pushed back the shadows immediately around the desk, illuminating the book's pages. My hands shook as I opened it to the marked page near the end. The paper was thick, slightly yellowed, the print elegant but dense. I took a deep breath, the smell of old paper filling my lungs. and I began to read. Aloud. My voice sounded small, uncertain at first, in the vast, silent library. The final 7 pages. It wasn't a horror story. It wasn't a tale of spells or curses. It was beautiful, philosophical. It spoke of the enduring power of knowledge, how it connects us across time. It spoke of finding meaning not in grand achievements, but in understanding. It spoke of hope, not as a denial of sorrow, but as something that can bloom even in its shadow. It argued that the love of learning, the pure desire to know and connect, was a force that could transcend even death itself, leaving echoes in the world. Each word felt heavy, significant. I read slowly, carefully, trying to honor the text, trying to understand its depth. The language was complex, but the core message felt simple, profound. As I read, I could feel a change in the room. The air grew lighter. The oppressive coldness began to recede, replaced by a feeling of peace, of resolution. Ezra floated nearby, his form seeming to solidify slightly, listening intently. The deep lines of sorrow on his face gradually smoothed out. A faint, gentle smile touched his lips. I reached the final paragraph, the final sentence. It spoke of release, of understanding finally achieved, of a long journey reaching its quiet end. And so, the seeking soul, having found its resonance in the shared light of knowing, is finally, gently, unbound. I read the last word. My voice hung in the air for a moment. Then silence. A deep, profound sigh echoed through the library. Not a sigh of sadness, but of release, of contentment. It seemed to come from the very walls, from the books themselves, but mostly from the figure beside me. Professor Ezra Whitmore turned fully towards me. His form was clearer now, but also fading, becoming more transparent. The smile on his face was radiant, full of a gratitude so immense it brought tears to my eyes. It was the gentlest, most peaceful expression I had ever seen on any face, living or dead. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His eyes conveyed everything. Thank you. And then, he just faded, like mist burning off in the morning sun. Not disappearing instantly, but slowly dissolving, becoming wisps of light and shadow, until there was nothing left but the lingering scent of old books and the soft glow of the lamp on the desk. He was gone. I sat there for a long time, the silence now feeling peaceful, not oppressive. The book lay open before me. Beside it, something glinted in the lamplight, a single ornate brass key, and tucked beneath it, a folded piece of heavy parchment, written in the same elegant script I'd seen on the manuscripts. With trembling fingers, I unfolded the note. It was brief. The seeker who finishes the story inherits the library, the house, and all that lies within. Knowledge is a gift best shared. Use it well. Find your own resonance. E.W., the library. The house, his entire collection. Mine? It felt impossible. A dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and a weird encounter. But the key felt solid in my hand. The note felt real. The silence of the empty mansion felt expectant. Leaving wasn't easy, felt like walking out of one life and into another. But I took the key. I took the note. I left the book, The Secrets Beyond the Veil, open on the desk, bathed in the lamp's glow. A final tribute. The transition wasn't overnight. There were lawyers, dusty deeds found in Ezra's desk, unbelievable amounts of paperwork proving ownership. It was a bewildering process, but the note held up. The house, the library, everything. It was legally mine. I didn't sell the books, not the priceless ones. How could I? They felt like a sacred trust. Instead, using some of the less rare but still valuable volumes as collateral, I started small. A tiny publishing company, run out of one of the mansion's less dusty rooms, focused on reprinting forgotten classics, finding new voices that shared Ezra's passion for genuine storytelling. It was a struggle at first, just like everything else in my life had been. Long hours, learning a business I knew nothing about. But word got out about the Whitmore collection, this almost mythical library hidden away. Scholars came calling, historians, authors wanting to research, even, eventually, Hollywood producers sniffing around for stories. The library wasn't just a collection of books, it was a source, a wellspring, and slowly, carefully, year by year, using the resources Ezra left me, I built something. The small company grew. We published bestsellers. We discovered talented writers. We expanded, moved into a proper office building, though I kept the mansion as my private sanctuary, my personal library. Deals crossed continents. Movie rights sold for figures that still made my head spin, remembering those days of splitting a single loaf of bread. From a dusty cab to a corner office overlooking the city skyline, it felt surreal. Today, standing here, looking out at the city that once seemed so vast and intimidating, running one of the biggest publishing houses in the world, I still ask myself that question sometimes. Late at night, when the office is quiet, was it me? Did I claw my way up through sheer grit and determination? Or was it Ezra? Was my whole life redirected by a lonely spirit's final wish, a 70-year-old debt of 7 unread pages? Maybe it was both. Maybe destiny isn't one thing or the other, but a conversation between the choices we make and the strange opportunities life, or maybe even death, throws our way. I kept my promise, though. I use it well. We fund literacy programs. We preserve old texts. We champion stories that matter. Every evening before I head home, I have a ritual. I go back to the mansion, to the library. It's still there, just as breathtaking as the first time I saw it, though cleaner now, cared for. I've had a special section created, dedicated to Ezra Whitmore, displaying his favorite books, his notes, the story of his life. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I'm standing there alone among the towering shelves, breathing in the scent of old paper and possibilities, I feel it. A faint warmth on my shoulder, like a soft, approving pat, a silent acknowledgement passing between two souls bound by a love of stories. I always smile when it happens, and I whisper into the quiet air, "Thank you, old friend." And though I can't hear anything, I imagine a soft, contented voice whispering back across the veil, "No, thank you for finishing my story." That morning feels like a picture postcard someone ripped in half. It started perfect, you know? One of those spring days in Millfield where the air smells sweet, like apples just starting to think about turning red. It was the annual Apple Blossom Festival, the biggest day of our year. Main Street was packed, tables overflowing with pies, apple, cherry, rhubarb, the crusts all golden brown and glistening. Laughter bounced off the brick buildings, kids were running wild, little tornadoes of sugar and excitement, red balloons bobbing from their wrists like happy little anchors. Clara, my wife, was over by the lemonade stand. She looked beautiful, sunlight catching the highlights in her hair. She was laughing, talking with Lisa, her best friend, our neighbor. Clara had that way about her, easy and warm, like the day itself. But even while she laughed, I saw her eyes darting, always keeping track of Isabella, our Isabella, Isabella Ray Carter. 9 years old and pure energy, wrapped up in her favorite sunflower print dress. Her auburn hair, just like Clara's but wilder, flew out behind her as she skipped in circles near the edge of the festival crowd, close to where the woods started to creep in. She was dancing, humming a little tune only she could hear, lost in her own world. She wasn't alone, though. Not really. She was with Lulo. Lisa nudged Clara, nodding towards Isabella. "Still chatting with Lulo?" Clara gave this little smile, tired around the edges but full of love. "Yeah," she sighed softly. "Guess it's better than staring at an iPad all day, right?" Lulo, Isabella's invisible friend, showed up about 6 months back. We figured it was normal kid stuff, an imaginary buddy, harmless. Clara worried sometimes, whispered late at night if it was healthy, but mostly we let it be. Isabella was happy, bubbly, always telling us stories about Lulo's adventures in the clouds or under the roots of the big oak tree in our backyard. Lulo was funny, Lulo was brave, Lulo knew secrets. I was working the Carter's Tools and Fix-Its booth, my hardware store. It wasn't glamorous, but it was ours. I had stacks of little keychain tape measures, the bright yellow kind, with our names stamped on the side, trying to drum up some business, hand them out, maybe sell a few rakes or shovels. I caught Clara's eye across the crowd and waved. She waved back, that beautiful smile reaching her eyes. Then I saw Isabella, spinning like a top in her sunflower dress, a flash of yellow against the green grass. I grinned, waved bigger. She saw me, beamed, and waved back so hard she almost fell over before going back to her dance with Lulo. I turned back to a young couple, trying to explain the difference between a leaf rake and a thatch rake. Just a normal moment, just another festival day. The sun climbed higher, warming the pavement. The smells of popcorn and grilled hot dogs mixed with the sweet scent of the blossoms. Music drifted from the bandstand near the town hall. Everything felt right, safe, like nothing bad could ever touch our little town, our little family. It was a perfect spring day, bright and hopeful and full of life. Until it wasn't. The shift happened slowly at first, then all at once, like the sun dipping behind a cloud you didn't see coming. Late afternoon, the crowds were starting to thin a little, people packing up leftover pies, kids getting cranky, their balloons starting to droop. Clara came over to my booth, her smile gone, replaced by a little frown line between her brows. "Seen Isabella in the last few minutes, Mike?" she asked, her voice tight. "No," I said, scanning the area near the woods where I'd last seen her dancing. "Thought she was with you?" "She was," Clara said, twisting the strap of her purse. "She wanted to see the petting zoo animals one more time. Lisa went to grab us some coffee. I turned around to pay, and when I looked back..." Her voice trailed off. Panic, cold and sharp, stabbed through me. Okay, let's not freak out," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. My heart was already hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "She's probably just wandered over to the bounce house or something. You check there?" "Everywhere, Mike. The bounce house, the face painting, the pony rides. I can't find her." We started searching, first casually, then with rising desperation. We walked through the thinning festival grounds, calling her name. "Isabella! Isabella Ray!" Our voices sounded thin against the leftover chatter and the distant band music. We checked behind booths, under tables, asked everyone we knew. "Have you seen Isabella? Sunflower dress, red hair." Blank stares, shakes of the head, worry starting to flicker in their eyes too. Then we hit the petting zoo area. Hay scattered on the ground, the smell of goats and damp earth. An attendant was closing up the pen. "Excuse me," Clara said, her voice trembling. "Did you see a little girl? 9 years old, sunflower dress?" The kid, maybe 16, chewing gum slowly, nodded. "Yeah, saw her earlier, feeding Buttercup, the little goat." He pointed a thumb towards the pen. "Cute kid. Maybe an hour ago?" "Did you see where she went?" I asked, my throat dry. He shrugged. "Nah, man. Got busy. Didn't see." 1 second she was there, feeding a baby goat, probably telling it all about Lulo. The next, nothing. Vanished. Like smoke. Not even her red balloon string caught on a fence post. Just gone. Clara let out a sound, a choked sob that tore right through me. She started running, weaving through the remaining festival goers, screaming Isabella's name, her voice raw with terror. "Isabella! Isabella!" I took off in the other direction, towards the edge of the woods. Willow Creek Woods. The place started right where the festival ended, a dark line of trees against the bright afternoon. "Isabella!" I yelled, pushing past stragglers, my voice cracking. "Isabella, can you hear me?" I plunged into the first few feet of trees, shouting until my throat burned, peering into the deepening shadows. The air immediately felt colder in there, the happy sounds of the festival muffled, distant. Nothing. Just the rustle of leaves under my feet and the heavy thump of my own fear. By the time the sun started to bleed orange and purple across the sky, painting the underside of the clouds, the whole town knew. The laughter was gone. The music had stopped. People stood in hushed groups, faces grim. The bright red balloons now seemed mocking, out of place in the growing dread. Sheriff Ron Keller arrived, his cruiser pulling up quietly. No sirens. Ron was Millfield born and bred, seen a lot of harvests, a lot of winters. He had tired eyes but a steady presence. He didn't rush. He listened. He asked Clara questions, his voice low and calm, even as she sobbed uncontrollably. He asked me where I last saw her, when, who she might have been talking to. We told him everything. About Lulo, about the petting zoo, about the edge of the woods. He got his deputies organizing search lines, methodical grids spreading out from the festival grounds. Flashlights cut beams through the twilight. But when I mentioned I thought she might, just might, have wandered towards Willow Creek Woods, maybe chasing a butterfly, maybe following Lulo. Ron stopped writing in his little notepad. He looked up at me, his gaze sharp under the brim of his hat. "You sure about that, Mike?" he asked, his voice dropping even lower. A knot tightened in my stomach. Why did he ask it like that? "No," I admitted, hating the word. "Not sure at all. But it's the only place left we haven't really checked deep into." Ron Keller swallowed hard, a little ripple in his weathered throat. He looked towards the black wall of trees looming at the edge of town. "That forest," he said slowly, like the words tasted bad. "It gets deep real fast, different in there. You don't hear your own echo out there sometimes. It just swallows sound." He didn't need to say more. The woods had a reputation, old stories, things people didn't talk about much, until now, until Isabella was gone. The next 2 days were a blur of hell. Time smeared together, marked only by the rising and setting of the sun, each cycle draining more hope. The whole town turned out, neighbors we barely knew, folks from church, guys I played poker with, teenagers ditching school. Everyone wanted to help. They brought thermoses of coffee, sandwiches Clara and I couldn't eat, flashlights, sturdy boots. Deputies coordinated grids, moving shoulder to shoulder through the underbrush. Out-of-town volunteers arrived with trained bloodhounds, their deep bays echoing mournfully through the trees before falling silent, noses confused, trails gone cold. Willow Creek Woods. It lived up to its name. It wasn't just trees and dirt. It felt watchful, ancient. The sunlight struggled to pierce the thick canopy, leaving the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. Moss hung heavy from branches like old men's beards. The air was damp and smelled of decaying leaves and something else, something vaguely metallic and wrong. And the silence. Sheriff Keller was right. It was thick, heavy, pressing in on you. You'd shout Isabella's name, and the sound would just die a few feet away, absorbed by the moss and the leaves and the sheer weight of the quiet. It was unnerving, like the woods itself was holding its breath. On the first day of the search, deep inside, maybe a mile in, one of the deputies found it. A small scrap of yellow fabric, snagged on a thorny bush. Sunflower print. Isabella's dress. Clara saw it, touched it with trembling fingers, and then she just crumpled, sobbing against my chest. It was proof Isabella had been here, but it felt like finding a single feather from a bird already flown far, far away. The next day, further in, near a muddy, slow-moving stream choked with algae, someone found Mew Mew, Isabella's stuffed cat, a raggedy calico thing she'd slept with every night since she was 2. Its button eyes stared blankly up from the muck, one ear torn, soggy and cold. Finding Mew Mew was worse than the fabric. She never went anywhere without Mew Mew. Why would she leave him here? Did she drop him? Did someone take him from her? The questions clawed at my mind, leaving bloody tracks. But that was it. A piece of cloth. A beloved toy. No footprints near the stream. The mud was smooth, undisturbed except for where Mew Mew lay. No broken branches indicating a struggle. No sign of her passage. It was like she'd simply dissolved into the damp air. The dogs whined, circled, lost the scent entirely near that stream. I couldn't leave the woods. Not really. During the day, I searched with the others, pushing through brambles until my arms were scratched raw, calling her name until my voice was a hoarse whisper. But when night fell and the official search paused, I stayed, built a small fire, huddled near it, listening. listening for a cry, a whimper, anything. The woods at night were a different beast altogether. Shadows writhed like living things. Every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like voices. Voices that never quite formed words. Voices that sounded chillingly like Lulo, the way Isabella described him. Soft, secretive. Was Lulo out here with her? Was Lulo even real? Or was Lulo something else? Something the woods used? Sleep was impossible. I'd just stare into the fire, feeding it sticks, feeling the vast, silent darkness pressing in from all sides. Clara stayed home. She refused to leave the house, sitting by the front window, watching the empty street, convinced Isabella would just walk up the path any second, asking what all the fuss was about. She didn't sleep either, didn't eat, didn't talk much. Just sat there, a ghost in our own home, surrounded by Isabella's toys, Isabella's drawings taped to the fridge, Isabella's small muddy sneakers by the door. The silence in the house was almost as suffocating as the silence in the woods. Millfield felt it too. The weight, the wrongness. You saw it in people's faces at the grocery store, heard it in the hushed tones at the post office. We weren't a town where things like this happened. We had bake sales and little league games, not missing children and silent woods that swallowed little girls whole. The Apple Blossom Festival felt like a distant, tainted memory. The leftover red balloons tied to porch railings now looked like drops of blood against the wood. Fear had moved in, an unwelcome guest settling into the spare room of our collective consciousness. On the third night, while I sat shivering by my pathetic fire deep in Willow Creek woods, listening to the owls and the things that weren't owls, Clara had a dream. She told me about it the next morning when I stumbled out of the forest, covered in dirt and despair, to grab some water and check on her. Her eyes looked different. Still filled with grief, yes. But there was something else now. A strange intensity. A focus that hadn't been there before. She clutched my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "Mike," she whispered, her voice rough from crying and lack of sleep. "I saw her." My heart leaped. "You saw her? Where? Was she okay?" "In a dream," she clarified, but didn't let go of my arm. "It was dark, like a cave maybe. But there were these flowers, white flowers, glowing faintly. Isabella was sitting right in the middle of them, in a circle. She was wearing her sunflower dress." Clara paused, swallowing. "She was smiling, Mike. But her eyes, they were glowing, like moonlight on snow. She looked right at me and whispered something, but I couldn't hear the words. It was like the sound got lost. A dream. Just a stress-induced nightmare." But then Clara held up her hands. They were covered in rich, dark soil, fingernails caked with it, dirt smudged on her palms. "Clara, where did you—" "I haven't left the house, Mike," she said, her voice flat, staring at her own hands as if they belonged to someone else. "I woke up like this. The dirt was on my hands. A chill, colder than the forest night, snaked down my spine. Soil from a cave floor, white flowers growing in darkness, glowing eyes. It sounded like something out of a twisted fairy tale. But the dirt on her hands was real, tangible, unexplainable. And the look in Clara's eyes, it wasn't just grief anymore. It was something else, something focused, something that believed the dream wasn't just a dream." The next 2 days passed in the same agonizing crawl. The search parties grew smaller. Hope, thin and brittle, started to crack. People had jobs to go back to, lives to live. The out-of-towners packed up their dogs and went home. Sheriff Keller kept a few deputies on it, but even he looked grim. His shoulders slumped. The official talk shifted subtly, from search and rescue to recovery, a word that felt like swallowing broken glass. But Clara was different. The dream had changed her. She barely spoke, but she moved with a strange new purpose. She'd stand at the edge of our yard, staring towards Willow Creek woods, her expression unreadable. The haunted look was still there, but overlaid with a disturbing certainty. On the morning of the 5th day, she met me at the door as I came back from another useless night in the woods. She didn't ask how it went. She didn't cry. She just looked me straight in the eye. "I need to go into the woods, Mike," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Alone." "No," I said instantly. Protective instinct flared up, hot and fierce. "No way, Clara. It's not safe. You saw what Ron said. You know how easy it is to get lost. I'm not letting you go alone." "You don't understand," she insisted, her gaze unwavering. "I have to. It's like she's calling me. Like the dream wasn't just a dream. It was a map." There was something in her voice then, something that wasn't quite Clara. A resonance, deep and sure, like something ancient had found purchase in her grief. It scared me more than anything else had so far. It felt like Isabella herself, or whatever Isabella had encountered, had whispered directions right into her ear. I argued. I pleaded. But trying to stop her was like trying to stop the tide. That unnerving certainty radiated off her. In the end, I couldn't let her go alone, but I couldn't stop her from going either. "Okay." I finally relented, my voice heavy. "Okay, but I'm coming with you. Not alone, Clara. Together." She nodded, accepting the compromise without argument, which was somehow more unsettling. We walked towards the woods, not towards the main trails the search parties had used, but cutting across the fields behind our house. Clara walked with purpose, her eyes scanning the tree line, occasionally tilting her head as if listening to something I couldn't hear. We entered the woods, the familiar chill closing in. The silence seemed even heavier today. She led me deeper, away from where Mew Mew was found, towards a part of the woods that felt older, denser. The trees grew closer together here, their roots gnarled and exposed, like arthritic knuckles clutching the earth. The air grew damper, the smell of decay stronger. After maybe half an hour of pushing through thick undergrowth and tangled vines, Clara stopped. She pointed towards a steep, muddy slope hidden behind a curtain of thick ivy and ancient, twisted roots, a place no one would have thought to check, almost invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. "There," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "There's a cave." I squinted. She was right. At the bottom of the slope, almost completely obscured, was a dark opening in the earth, not much bigger than a large animal burrow. A black slit in the hillside, exhaling cool, damp air that smelled like wet stone and something else, something faintly, sickly sweet. My heart hammered against my ribs. This had to be it. Hope surged, wild and desperate, warring with a primal fear that screamed, "Don't go in there." I scrambled down the slope, pulling out the heavy maglite I always carried. "You're not going in there alone," I repeated, my voice tight, shining the beam into the opening. It didn't penetrate far, just darkness. Clara didn't hesitate. She got down on her hands and knees and started wriggling into the narrow gap. I followed right behind her, the damp earth pressing against my back and chest, the smell intensifying. It was tight, claustrophobic. Loose dirt and pebbles rained down on me. For a terrifying moment, I thought we'd get stuck. Then, the tunnel widened slightly, angled downwards, and opened up. We emerged, blinking, into a space. A cave. Roundish, maybe 15 feet across, the ceiling low enough that I had to stoop. Water dripped steadily from somewhere above, echoing in the confined space. The air was cold, clammy. My flashlight beam swept across damp, glistening rock walls. And then the beam landed on her. Isabella. She was sitting cross-legged in the exact center of the cave floor, just like in Clara's dream, perfectly still. Her sunflower dress was torn at the hem and smeared with mud, but she sat upright, her small hands resting calmly on her knees, and the flowers. All around her, arranged in a perfect circle, were flowers, delicate white blossoms, like tiny stars against the dark cave floor. They pulsed with a faint, ethereal light, illuminating the space with a soft, milky glow. Flowers that had no business growing down here, in the cold, wet darkness, miles from any sunlight. "Isabella!" Clara cried out, pure relief flooding her voice. She scrambled forward, desperate to reach our daughter. Wait! I grabbed Clara's shoulder, pulling her back. My voice was a harsh whisper. Adrenaline and something colder, sharper, dread, flooded my system. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Isabella didn't react to Clara's cry, didn't jump up, didn't run to us. She just slowly lifted her head, turning towards the beam of my flashlight, towards the sound of our voices. She was smiling, a small, serene, chillingly empty smile, and her eyes. Oh God, her eyes. My breath hitched in my throat. Clara gasped, a choked, horrified sound. Isabella's eyes were completely, utterly white. Not the whites of her eyes, but the entire eye. No pupil, no iris. Just smooth, opaque, milky white orbs, like polished stones. They seemed to glow faintly in the light from the impossible flowers, reflecting nothing, seeing everything. Unblinking. Ancient. She looked at us, head tilted slightly, that calm smile never wavering. "Hi, Mommy," she said, her voice soft, unnervingly flat, lacking any of her usual childish inflection. It was Isabella's voice, but filtered through something else, something old and cold. "Hi, Daddy." The white eyes fixed on mine. "Lulo showed me everything," she whispered. Getting Isabella home was strange, surreal, like walking through a dream you couldn't wake up from. She let us lead her out of the cave, didn't resist, didn't complain about the tight squeeze or the mud. She walked between us, holding our hands, but her grip was limp, disconnected. Back out in the woods, the afternoon sunlight seemed harsh, too bright after the cave's dim glow. Isabella blinked, but her eyes, they were still that terrifying, milky white. We half carried her back through the trees, avoiding the main paths, wanting to get her home before anyone else saw her like this. Saw it. Whatever it was. When we finally stumbled out of the woods into the field behind our house, the relief I thought I'd feel wasn't there. Instead, there was just this deep, gut-wrenching unease, a sense that we hadn't rescued Isabella at all. We just retrieved something that looked like her. The news spread through Millfield like wildfire. "Isabella Carter found. Alive. A miracle." People showed up at our house with casseroles and balloons, relief washing over their faces. Sheriff Keller came by, looking relieved but also puzzled. He asked questions gently. Where did we find her? How did she survive? Isabella sat on the couch, sipping juice Clara gave her, and just smiled that blank smile. She didn't remember much, she said, or maybe she chose not to tell. When asked about the cave, she just shrugged. When asked about Lulo, she'd get that faraway look in her white eyes and murmur, "Lulo's nice. Lulo showed me things." What things? She wouldn't say, couldn't say. Over the next few days, some semblance of normalcy tried to return. Isabella ate ravenously, like she hadn't eaten in weeks, not days. She slept deeply, long hours tucked into her bed, Mew, cleaned up but still ragged, clutched tight. She hugged us, said, "I love you, Mommy. I love you, Daddy." The words sounded right, but the feeling behind them, it felt hollow, echoed. And then there were the other times, the times that made the hair on my arm stand up. Sometimes we'd find her just standing in the middle of a room, staring intently at a blank wall, completely still, for an hour or more. Lost. Or maybe listening to something we couldn't hear. Sometimes she'd sit at the kitchen table with her crayons and draw. Not the usual sunshine and rainbow pictures. These were different, disturbing. Pictures of the cave, dark and swirling. Pictures of the glowing white flowers. Pictures of trees with twisted, angry faces etched into the bark. And pictures of children. Little stick figures, always drawn in groups, always with blank, empty circles where their eyes should be. Children with no eyes. Alongside them, she'd draw strange symbols, circles within circles, jagged lines, things that looked vaguely familiar but unplaceable, like half-remembered nightmares. At night, after we thought she was asleep, we'd hear her. a soft whispering coming from her room, sometimes just nonsense syllables, sometimes fragmented sentences, talking to herself, or talking, we knew with dawning horror, to Lulo. The town celebrated. The local newspaper ran a big front-page story. Found alive, Millfield's Isabella Carter returns home, accompanied by a picture of Isabella on our porch, holding Mew Mew, attempting a smile for the camera. It looked forced. Wrong. Everyone called it a miracle, a happy ending. But Clara and I knew better. We lived with the aftermath. We saw the moments when the mask slipped. We saw the way Isabella would sometimes smile, not her usual bright, gap-toothed grin, but that slow, serene, empty smile from the cave. A smile that felt ancient and knowing. Like someone else, something else, was looking out from behind our daughter's face. The white eyes faded after a couple of days, slowly returning to their normal, beautiful blue. But we knew. We knew what we'd seen in that cave. We knew what was still looking out. The miracle felt tainted. The happy ending felt like a lie. Our little girl was home, but we were terrified she hadn't come back alone. The relief the town felt was a flimsy blanket over a deep well of unease, at least for me. Clara seemed to exist in a state of suspended shock, caring for Isabella with a quiet, fragile intensity, rarely meeting my eyes, but I couldn't shake the wrongness of it all. The white eyes, the cave, the flowers, Lulo, the whispers. It wasn't just trauma. It was something else, something deeply unnatural. I needed answers. I couldn't just accept the miracle narrative everyone else was so eager to embrace. So, I started digging. Late at night, after Clara and Isabella were asleep, or pretending to be, I'd go down to the basement office, surrounded by dusty boxes and the scent of old paper. I started with the town archives, housed in the back room of the library. Old newspaper microfilms, brittle town meeting minutes, faded police blotters stored in cardboard boxes. At first it was just history, boring stuff, crop reports, council elections, social events. Then, searching for anything related to Willow Creek Woods, I found it. A small article, buried deep in the local paper from 30 years ago. Local girl missing, feared runaway. Anna Dubois, 9 years old, vanished during the May Day picnic near the edge of the woods. Never found. They assumed she'd run off, maybe trying to reach relatives in another state after her parents had a fight. No one connected it to anything sinister. 30 years. That number snagged in my brain. Why did it feel significant? I kept digging. Further back, another 30 years. 1935 this time. A brief mention in a police log. Search called off for Sarah Jenkins, 8, last seen playing near Willow Creek. Again, theories of accidents, runaways. Nothing concrete, nothing about caves or white eyes. But the pattern, a young girl vanishing near those woods, roughly every 30 years. It felt too precise to be coincidence. The town had buried it, forgotten it, or maybe chosen to forget. Millfield liked its image, quiet, safe, untouched by the darkness that seemed to swallow other places. Admitting something predatory lived in or near Willow Creek Woods, something that took children on a schedule. That wasn't the Millfield way. People moved on. New families arrived. Memories faded, until it happened again. Until it happened to Isabella. And then, a memory surfaced in my own mind, dredged up from the depths by the mention of Anna Dubois. Anna. She'd been in my class, 3rd grade, a quiet girl with pigtails. I remembered the whispers in the schoolyard after she disappeared. Runaway, they said. But I also remembered something else, something I hadn't thought about in decades. A conversation, huddled under the big oak tree during recess, maybe a week before she vanished. Anna had been acting weird, distant. She'd been drawing strange symbols in the dirt with a stick, circles inside circles, just like Isabella's drawings now. I'd asked her what she was doing. She looked up at me, her eyes wide and intense. Lulo showed me, she'd whispered, her voice full of a strange mix of fear and excitement. Lulo showed me everything. The same name. The exact same words Isabella had used in the cave. The blood ran cold in my veins. This wasn't random. This wasn't new. Lulo wasn't just Isabella's imaginary friend. Lulo, or whatever called itself Lulo, had been here before. It had taken Anna. Had it taken Sarah Jenkins before her? Was it some entity tied to the woods? To the cave? Something ancient and patient that woke every 30 years to claim a child, claim a soul. The pieces slammed together in my mind, forming a picture far more horrifying than I could have imagined. Isabella wasn't just traumatized. She was marked, chosen, touched by whatever lurked in that cave, whatever whispered secrets through the entity it called Lulo, and the pattern suggested it wasn't finished with her. The fragile peace we'd tried to build shattered completely one night, about 2 weeks after Isabella came back. I woke up to Clara shaking, sitting bolt upright in bed, gasping for air. Tears streamed down her face, but her eyes were wide with terror, not grief. "The dream again," she choked out. "The cave, the flowers. It's okay, Clara. It was just a nightmare," I murmured, trying to soothe her, though my own heart was pounding. "No," she whispered, grabbing my arm, her nails digging in. This time I heard it. The whisper. What Isabella whispered in the first dream before I woke up with the dirt. Her voice dropped, filled with dread. It said, "A soul for a soul. A soul for a soul." The words hung in the air between us, cold and heavy as stone. A trade. A price. What did it mean? Was it a threat? A demand? We didn't have to wait long to find out. The very next morning, Isabella woke up sobbing. Not her usual cranky tears, but deep, wrenching sobs of pain. She curled up in her bed, clutching her stomach. "Mommy," she cried, looking up at Clara with eyes that seemed older, haunted. "Mommy, I think I'm hurting. Inside, like something's pulling." Clara's face went pale. She looked at me, her eyes filled with a terrible understanding. That was it, the final confirmation. The woods, the entity in the cave, Lulo. It hadn't given Isabella back, not truly. It had loaned her, like borrowing a library book, knowing the due date was coming. The cave had marked her, imprinted itself on her soul, and now it was calling her back, reeling her in. The pain she felt wasn't physical. It was the pull, the beginning of the end. Soon it would take her again, for good this time. Or maybe worse. Maybe it wouldn't take her body, but consume whatever was left of her soul, leaving behind only the empty-eyed shell we'd glimpsed in the cave, unless... A soul for a soul. The whisper echoed in the silence of Isabella's room, filled only by her frightened whimpers. A choice. A terrible, impossible choice. The entity didn't just want Isabella back. It wanted a soul. It had taken one before. Anna, Sarah, others maybe, lost to time. It had Isabella marked. But the whisper implied a trade was possible. Clara knew it. I saw it in the sudden, awful stillness that came over her face, replacing the panic, a chilling resolve hardening in her eyes. She knew what the woods wanted, what Lulo demanded, and she knew what she had to do to save our daughter. The air crackled with unspoken horror, with the weight of a decision no parent should ever have to contemplate. That night was the quietest night I've ever known. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the house, thicker than the fog that sometimes rolled in from Willow Creek. Isabella finally fell asleep, exhausted from her unexplained pain, clutching Mew Mew. Clara tucked her in, humming a soft lullaby, her movements calm, almost serene. Too calm. Later, in our room, she kissed me. A long, deep kiss full of a desperation and finality that I, numb with exhaustion and fear, didn't fully register until it was too late. "I love you, Mike," she whispered against my cheek. "More than anything." She curled up beside me, her breathing evening out quickly. I thought she'd fallen asleep. Grief and sleepless nights finally caught up to me, and I drifted into a heavy, dreamless darkness. I woke alone. The space beside me in bed was cold. Panic seized me instantly. "Clara?" I called out, scrambling out of bed. Silence. I raced to Isabella's room. She was still asleep, breathing peacefully, the lines of pain gone from her face. For the first time since she'd come back, she looked truly like herself, peaceful, untroubled. But Clara wasn't in the house. Her coat was gone from the hook by the door. Her boots were missing. No. Oh God, no. A soul for a soul. I knew where she'd gone, what she was doing. I threw on clothes, grabbed the mag light, and sprinted out the door into the pre-dawn chill, towards the woods, towards the hidden cave. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat a countdown to something terrible. Please let me be wrong. Please let me catch her. Please don't let her do this. I ran blindly, stumbling through the dark trees, leaves whipping at my face, shouting her name. Clara! Clara, wait! The woods swallowed my cries, just like Sheriff Keller said they would. The silence felt mocking. I reached the slope, hidden by ivy and roots. Scrambled down. The opening to the cave gaped like a silent scream. I shone my light inside. Nothing, just the oppressive darkness. Clara! I screamed into the opening, my voice raw. I squeezed inside, scraping my back, pushing through the narrow passage, desperation giving me strength. I tumbled into the central chamber. The white flowers were there, glowing faintly, casting eerie shadows on the damp walls. But the cave was empty. Isabella wasn't there. Clara wasn't there. Just the flowers, and the cold, and the silence. But as I stood there panting, heart broken, flashlight beam trembling, I thought I heard it. Or maybe I felt it. A whisper, brushing against my ear, cold as the cave air itself. Not words exactly. More like a feeling. A sense of satisfaction. Of a bargain fulfilled. I backed out of the cave slowly, shaking uncontrollably. Stumbled back up the slope. Waited. Called her name until my voice gave out. But Clara was gone. Swallowed by the cave. By the woods. By whatever waited there. I found Isabella still asleep in her bed when I got back. The sun just starting to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange that felt like a cruel joke. I sat by her bed, watching her breathe, tears streaming down my face. Sometime later, she woke up. She blinked, looked around, and then focused on me. Her eyes, they were clear, bright blue, completely normal, no trace of the milky white emptiness. "Daddy?" she asked, her voice small, hesitant, but entirely her own. "Where's Mommy?" What could I say? How could I explain? The truth was too monstrous. So I lied. Told her Mommy had to go away for a while. A terrible, flimsy lie that she somehow accepted, maybe sensing the unbearable weight behind it. Isabella never remembered the cave. Not really. The memories seemed to fade like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. She didn't remember the white eyes, the glowing flowers, the whispers of Lulo. The name Lulo itself drew a blank stare. The disturbing drawing stopped. The staring spells ceased. Whatever darkness had clung to her, whatever bargain had been struck in that subterranean chamber, seemed to have been lifted completely. Clara's sacrifice had worked. She had traded her soul for her daughter's. She grew up. She laughed again, that bright, infectious sound I thought I'd never hear again. She made friends. She did well in school. She still loved sunflowers. But sometimes I'd see her standing by the window, looking out towards the woods, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes, a shadow passing behind the blue. Then it would be gone, and she'd turn and smile, and be my Isabella again. She was happy, mostly. She moved away eventually, went to college, became a teacher, helping other kids, nurturing them. She walks in woods sometimes, she tells me on the phone. Parks in the city, trails upstate. She says she's never afraid of them, finds them peaceful. I never told her why she shouldn't be. I never remarried, stayed in the house, kept the hardware store running. Millfield moved on, the story of the miracle return solidifying into local legend, the dark edges smoothed over, forgotten. Only I remembered the full truth. Only I carried the weight of Clara's choice. I keep her photo on the mantelpiece, next to a framed picture Isabella drew when she was 6, full of sunshine and rainbows before Lulo came. Every spring, when the apple trees burst into bloom and the town gears up for the festival, I avoid Main Street. I stay home. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, blowing down from Willow Creek woods, carrying the sweet scent of blossoms, I hear it, faintly. A soft humming drifting through the trees, gentle, sad, like a mother's lullaby, forever watching over the child she saved, a soul for a soul. And I know Clara is still out there, bound to the woods, a part of its ancient silence, her love and eternal haunting presence. It's not the ending I wanted, but Isabella is safe. Isabella is free. And in the face of the darkness that lives in those woods, maybe that's the only satisfying ending we could have hoped for. It all kicked off the night that letter showed up. You know, Hampron isn't exactly action-packed. It's the kind of town where the biggest news is usually Mrs. Gable's cat getting stuck up the oak tree again, or the volunteer fire department having their annual chili cook-off. We've got dusty antique shops where things haven't moved since maybe the Civil War. Streets lined with trees that turn gorgeous shades of red and gold every fall. And yeah, everybody pretty much knows everybody else's business. Life moves slow here like molasses in January. I'd been feeling stuck in that slowness for years, like my own life was just another dusty thing on a shelf nobody looked at anymore. So that evening, I was just kicking back, trying to find something on TV that wasn't a rerun, when I heard it. A faint scritch sound at the front door. Not a knock, more like something sliding. I figured it was just the wind rattling the mail slot, or maybe a flyer for cheap pizza. But when I went to check later, ready to lock up for the night, there it was, lying right there on the worn welcome mat. A single envelope, crisp, clean, white. No address, no name, and weirdest of all, no stamp. Like someone had walked right up and slipped it under the door, silent as a ghost. That alone felt off. Nobody in Hampron just slips things under doors. They knock, they wave from the sidewalk, they call first. I picked it up. The envelope felt thick, expensive, not like junk mail at all, almost heavy. Inside the paper was even thicker, sort of yellowed like it was really, really old. It felt rough under my fingers like handmade paper. And the writing, wow. It wasn't typed or printed. It was handwriting, done with real ink, maybe from one of those old fountain pens. Super neat, careful loops and swirls, but kind of spidery too, like whoever wrote it had a shaky hand but was trying really hard to be precise. It wasn't long, just a couple of lines. When the clock strikes 1, step outside. Your passage awaits. A. That was it. Your passage awaits. What passage? Passage where? And who the heck was A? My first thought? Prank. Had to be. Probably Billy Henderson and his buddies from down the street. They were always pulling dumb stuff, especially since Halloween was getting closer. I could almost picture them hiding in the bushes, waiting to jump out and yell, "Gotcha!" I actually laughed out loud. A real chuckle. Nice try, guys, I muttered to the empty hallway. I tossed the letter onto the little table by the door, the one piled high with actual junk mail and old newspapers. A prank, that's all. Just something to break the usual Hampron boredom. But later, trying to sleep, the thing wouldn't leave my head. It was like an itch I couldn't scratch, right in the middle of my back. Passage awaits. The fancy paper, the weird delivery, the initial A. Nobody I knew signed things with just an initial like that. It felt formal and kind of creepy. Hampron might be boring, but it has its share of old stories, ghost tales whispered by grandparents, things you half believe when you're a kid. The old abandoned mill down by the river, the woman in white supposedly seen near the cemetery gates. Stuff like that. Usually I roll my eyes. But tonight, thinking about that letter, the old stories didn't seem quite so silly. The grandfather clock in the living room ticked loudly in the quiet house. Each tick seemed to echo the weirdness of the letter. Tick-tock, passage awaits. Tick-tock. I told myself I was being an idiot. It was a prank. Go to sleep. But I couldn't. I kept glancing at the clock on my nightstand. 12:30, 12:45, 12:55. My heart started doing this funny little drum beat against my ribs. Curiosity is a powerful thing, you know? Stronger than common sense sometimes. Stronger than the voice in my head yelling, "Dude, stay in bed. It's probably nothing. Or worse, it's something weird you don't want to mess with." Tick. Tock. 12:59. Against my better judgment, against every rational thought screaming no, I found myself swinging my legs out of bed. What harm could it do? Just peek outside, prove it was nothing. Then I could finally get some sleep, maybe laugh about it tomorrow. The old house creaked as I walked down the stairs. The living room clock chimed, deep and slow. One single, heavy chime, 1 o'clock. My hand trembled just a little as I reached for the doorknob. I took a deep breath, telling myself how stupid this was one last time. Then, I turned the knob and pulled the door open just enough to peek out, and my breath just stopped. Right there in my throat. It wasn't Billy Henderson, it wasn't a prank. There, parked right at the curb in front of my house, under the pale glow of the single flickering streetlight, was a horse-drawn carriage. Not just any carriage. This thing looked like it rolled straight out of a history book, or maybe a nightmare. Big, black, wooden, with tall wheels and ornate carvings I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. It gleamed faintly, even though it was covered in what looked like road dust. No lights shone from its lanterns. They were dark, like empty eyes. And the horses, 2 of them. Huge. Bigger than any horses I'd ever seen. Pitch black, their coats seeming to swallow the faint light. They stood perfectly still, like statues carved from obsidian, but I could see the faint plume of steam rising from their nostrils in the cool night air. Their eyes, I could just make them out. They weren't normal horse eyes. They were dark, shiny, like polished jetstones, and they seemed to stare straight ahead, unblinking, seeing nothing and everything. The air around them felt cold, unnaturally still. There was no coachman visible on the high seat at the front. It was empty. But then, from the window of the carriage door, a hand emerged. Just a hand, covered in a spotless black glove. It didn't wave, it didn't beckon urgently, it just curled its fingers. Slowly, deliberately, an invitation. "Come here." My brain screamed danger. "Run! Lock the door! Call the cops! This is insane!" Every instinct I had, every self-preservation bone in my body told me to slam the door and hide. This wasn't right. This wasn't real. But my feet didn't listen. It was like my legs belonged to someone else. I felt this pull. Not physical, not like a rope, but like a magnet drawing me forward. Curiosity wasn't the word anymore. It was stronger, mesmerizing, like watching a snake sway, knowing it's dangerous, but unable to look away. I stepped off the porch. The night air felt thick, heavy. The usual sounds of Hampron at night, the distant hum of the highway, a dog barking blocks away, the rustle of leaves, seemed muffled, far away. All that existed was the silent street, the impossible carriage, and that beckoning hand. My feet crunched softly on the gravel path. Step by step, closer and closer. The carriage seemed to grow larger, looming over me. The silence was deafening. I reached the side. The gloved hand remained, fingers curled. Slowly, hesitantly, I reached for the heavy, ornate door handle. It felt cold, solid under my touch. It opened with a soft click, swinging inward without a sound. Looking inside was like peering into a cave. Dark, deep, shadows clinging to everything. I hesitated for just 1 second, a final flare of panic rising in my chest. Don't do it. But the pull was too strong. Or maybe deep down, some part of me felt I had to. Like this passage, whatever it was meant for me. I put one foot on the step, then the other, ducking my head to climb inside. The moment I was fully in, the door slammed shut behind me with a heavy final thud. The sound echoed, sealing me in. And instantly, everything outside vanished. The street lamp, my house, the familiar trees, the stars overhead, gone. Replaced by a thick, swirling mist that pressed right up against the carriage windows, thick as cotton, gray and featureless. It was like the whole world I knew had just been erased. The air inside the carriage hit me then. It smelled old, like dust. damp velvet that hadn't seen sunlight in a century, and something else, a faint coppery tang, like old blood. The seats were upholstered in something dark, maybe velvet, worn smooth in patches. It was gloomy, the only light coming from, well, nowhere really, just a dim, gray awareness that let me make out shapes, and I wasn't alone. My heart leaped into my throat again, hammering like it wanted out. There were 3 other people in the carriage with me. Passengers. Sitting perfectly still, shrouded in the dimness. Directly across from me sat a man, maybe mid-30s. He wore clothes that might have been nice once, like a suit jacket, but now looked rumpled and stained. His head was tilted slightly, and he stared straight ahead, his eyes wide and utterly blank, like he wasn't seeing anything in front of him. Or maybe he was seeing something only he could see. Dark, wet blood oozed slowly from a nasty-looking gash on his forehead, matting his hair, trailing down his temple. He didn't seem to notice it. He just stared. To my left sat an old woman, ancient. Her face was a roadmap of wrinkles, her skin papery thin. She wore a dress that might have been elegant lace a long, long time ago, but now it was tattered, yellowed, with threads hanging loose. Her bony fingers, twisted with age, clutched tightly onto a small wooden music box. It looked chipped, broken, the paint faded. She held it like it was the most precious thing in the world, her knuckles white. Her eyes, sunk deep in their sockets, were pools of shadow, fixed on something far away, and beside her, huddled near the corner, was a boy. Couldn't have been older than 10. He looked small and pale in the gloom. He was gripping a toy soldier, one of those old-fashioned metal ones. But its head was missing, just a jagged stump of metal where the neck should be. He held it tight, his small hands wrapped around its body, his gaze locked on the headless toy. His face was smooth, childlike, but his eyes held the same hollow, empty look as the others. Lost. The silence in the carriage was thick, heavy, suffocating. It pressed in on my ears. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed, it seemed. Just the 4 of us, sitting in the musty darkness, surrounded by swirling fog, clutching our strange burdens. The bleeding man, the old woman with her broken music box, the boy with his headless soldier, and me, empty-handed, confused, and terrified. I had to break the silence. I had to ask, Where are we going? My voice sounded small, thin, shaky in the heavy air. No answer. They didn't even flicker their eyes towards me. It was like I hadn't spoken at all, like I wasn't even there. I tried again, louder this time. Hello? Can anyone hear me? What is this? Who are you? Still nothing. Just the faint smell of dust and old blood, the sight of their vacant stares, the feeling of the carriage moving, though I couldn't tell how fast or in what direction. Then, from the front of the carriage, outside my line of sight, came a sharp, sudden sound. Crack! The sound of reins snapping hard. It made me jump. The figure driving, the one I couldn't see, the one represented only by that gloved hand earlier, had urged the horses on. The carriage lurched forward, throwing me back against the seat. It picked up speed, hurtling into the endless, swirling gray fog. There was no rumble of wheels on a road, no clip-clop of hooves, just a smooth, unnatural rush through the mist. And as we rode, something strange started happening at the windows. The fog wasn't entirely blank anymore. Images began to flicker past, like scenes from an old movie projected onto the swirling gray. But they weren't random images. They were mine, my memories. At first they were bright, happy. There I was, maybe 7 or 8, at my birthday party in the backyard. Mom and Dad had strung colorful paper lanterns between the maple trees. My friends were there, laughing, chasing each other around the picnic table piled high with cake and lemonade. I saw myself blowing out the candles, making a wish, grinning from ear to ear, pure joy on my face. The image was so clear I could almost smell the sweet frosting, feel the warm summer sun. Then another flash. Me, much younger, maybe 5, sitting on the floor while my mother brushed my hair. Her hand was gentle. She was humming a soft lullaby, one she always sang. I remembered that song. I could almost hear it now, faint and sweet, a melody of safety and love. I saw the look on her face in the memory, soft and smiling. Another flicker. Me and my older brother, Tom. We were down by the Hampbron River, skipping stones. He was maybe 13, I was 10. He handed me his prized slingshot, the one he'd made himself from a perfect Y-shaped branch. "Don't tell Mom and Dad," he'd whispered, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "It's our secret weapon." I remembered the feel of the smooth wood in my hand, the thrill of the shared secret, the way the river looked that day, sunlight dancing on the water. These bright moments flickered past, warming me for a brief instant, a reminder of a life that felt a million miles away right now. But then, the images started to change. The light seemed to dim, the colors faded. An argument. My dad's face, red with anger. My mom crying, turning away. I couldn't hear the words in the memory flash, but I felt the tension, the fear churning in my stomach. I was hiding behind the living room door, small and scared. Another flash, a graveyard, gray sky, cold drizzle, a fresh mound of earth, people in black clothes. I saw myself standing apart, awkward in a borrowed suit, staring at the hole in the ground where they'd lowered Tom's casket after the accident. The numbness, the feeling that nothing would ever be right again. Then, regret. Sharp, stinging flashes, saying something cruel to a friend in high school, seeing the hurt in their eyes, but being too proud to apologize. Breaking a promise I made to my mom before she got sick. Walking away from someone who needed help because it was easier. Small things, big things. Moments I'd pushed down, buried deep, tried hard to forget. They flickered past the window, one after another, each one a little stab in my chest. The carriage rattled on, deeper into the fog, deeper into my past. The air grew colder. The silence stretched, broken only by the phantom images outside. Then, a sound from beside me. A dry, rustling sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. It was the old woman. She shifted slightly, her ancient eyes still fixed ahead, but her lips barely moved, and a voice emerged, thin and dry, brittle as old paper. "We," she whispered, the sound barely audible above the rush of the carriage, "are the uncalled debts." Her voice was raspy, filled with a timeless sorrow. Forgotten promises, broken oaths. My blood ran cold. I stared at her, but she didn't look back. Then from the other side, another voice. Small, hollow, chillingly devoid of emotion. It was the boy. He hadn't moved, still clutching his headless soldier. "We are your price," he stated flatly. Not a threat, just a fact. My price? The price for what? Forgotten promises? Broken oaths? My mind raced, trying to piece it together, but fear and confusion tangled my thoughts. Before I could force the words out, before I could ask them what they meant, the carriage gave a violent jolt, throwing us all forward. It stopped. Dead still. The smooth rushing sensation was gone. We had arrived. Through the swirling fog outside the window, which had thinned just enough to see, a shape loomed. Dark, massive, jagged against a sky that wasn't gray anymore, but a sickening, bruised, blood-red color. Hanging low in that unnatural sky was a moon, swollen and crimson, like a bleeding eye watching us. We were at the foot of a barren hill. No trees grew on its slopes, just rocks and dead-looking scrub. And perched right at the very top, silhouetted against the horrible red moon, stood a manor. Ancient, huge, and crumbling. It looked like something out of the darkest fairy tale. Towers and gables leaned at crazy angles, windows gaped like empty sockets, and stone walls seemed stained with centuries of shadow and rain. It radiated neglect, loneliness, and a deep, chilling grief. And drifting on the wind, which I could now hear moaning around the carriage and across the desolate hill, was a sound, faint at first, then clearer, singing, a soft, sorrowful melody, wordless and haunting. It seemed to come from the manor itself, a lament echoing from its stone heart. With a soft click, the carriage door swung open beside me. Standing there, holding the door, was the driver. But he wasn't just a gloved hand anymore. He was a figure, tall and thin, dressed in a long black coat that seemed to absorb the dim reddish light. A wide-brimmed black hat cast his face completely in shadow, hiding his features. He made a low, sweeping bow, a gesture that could have been respectful or maybe mocking. The message was clear: get out. My legs felt like lead. Every part of me wanted to shrink back into the carriage, back into the familiar, even if it was terrifying. But the driver just stood there, holding the door, waiting, and the other passengers, they watched me, silently. Their hollow eyes followed my every move. They weren't getting out. This destination, this crumbling manor of sorrow, it was just for me. Taking a shaky breath that tasted like dust and despair, I forced myself to move. I stepped out of the carriage and onto the cold, hard ground at the base of the hill. The air was freezing, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else. Decay. The mournful singing seemed to wrap around me. As soon as my feet touched the ground, the carriage door clicked shut. The driver melted back into the shadows, becoming indistinct again. The horses stood like statues of night. The other passengers remained inside, pale faces pressed against the glass, watching me, waiting. Before me, a winding, cracked path led up the barren hill towards the looming manor. There was nowhere else to go. Hesitantly, I started to walk, the sorrowful singing seeming to pull me upward, step by weary step. The path was steep, littered with loose stones that threatened to trip me. The wind tugged at my clothes, whispering cold secrets in my ears. As I climbed higher, the manor seemed to grow, its dark silhouette blocking out more and more of the blood-red sky. The singing grew louder, clearer now, a woman's voice, filled with unbearable sadness. Finally, I reached the top. A wide, windswept courtyard paved with cracked flagstones spread out before the manor's main entrance. The building loomed over me, immense and intimidating. The heavy oak doors, scarred by time and weather, looked impossibly tall and forbidding. They were banded with rusted iron, and a huge, grotesque knocker shaped like a gargoyle's head hung silently. I didn't have to knock. As I approached, the massive doors groaned open inward, scraping loudly against the stone floor. The sound echoed in the sudden stillness. The singing had stopped. The entrance yawned before me like a dark mouth, inviting me into the heart of the house. The air that wafted out smelled thick, heavy, damp stone, layers of dust thick as velvet, the cloying sweetness of decay, like flowers left to rot in stagnant water, and underneath it all, a persistent scent of old grief, so palpable it felt like a physical weight. Steeling myself, I stepped across the threshold. The heavy doors groaned shut behind me with a deep, resonant boom that vibrated through the floor and up my legs. I was inside. I stood in a vast, cavernous grand hall. High above, the ceiling disappeared into shadows, but I could see remnants of what might have once been magnificent decorations. Cobweb-draped chandeliers hanging like dead spiders, faded, torn tapestries clinging to the stone walls depicting scenes I couldn't quite make out. The floor was cracked marble, coated in a thick layer of gray dust that muffled my footsteps. And the walls, they were lined with portraits. Dozens of them, in heavy, ornate frames, stretching up into the gloom. But these weren't strangers. My blood turned to ice water in my veins as I looked closer. I knew these people. There was my grandmother, younger, smiling sadly from a gilded frame. My Uncle Robert, who'd passed away years ago. Old classmates I hadn't thought about in decades. Neighbors from my childhood street. Friends I'd drifted away from. Faces I recognized instantly. Faces I had to search my memory for. Faces I realized, with a sickening lurch in my stomach, that I had completely forgotten existed. And among them, my brother, Tom, not as a boy by the river, but older, maybe late teens, his expression serious, almost questioning. My mother, her face etched with worry lines I hadn't noticed enough when she was alive. My father looking tired, disappointed. They were all here captured in paint, their eyes seeming to follow me as I moved deeper into the hall. Each portrait felt like an accusation. People I'd known, people I'd loved, people I'd failed, people I'd simply forgotten. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, a gallery of my life's connections, many of them frayed, broken, or ignored. The weight of their silent gazes pressed down on me, and then I saw it. Standing right in the center of the immense hall, dominating the space, was a mirror. Tall, easily twice my height, set in an elaborate dark carved frame. It looked ancient, the silvering behind the glass clouded and blotchy in places. A long, jagged crack ran like a lightning bolt from the top corner down towards the center, distorting whatever it reflected. Drawn by the same invisible force that pulled me towards the carriage, I walked towards it. My own footsteps sounded unnervingly loud in the vast, echoing silence. I expected to see my reflection, pale and scared, staring back at me from the cracked glass. I stopped a few feet away, and my heart seized. My reflection was there, but it wasn't mirroring me. I was standing still, frozen in fear, but the figure in the mirror. It tilted its head, slowly. A faint, chilling smirk touched its lips. Its eyes, my eyes, stared back at me, not with fear, but with a cold, knowing intensity. It was alive, separate. It spoke, and the voice was mine, yet utterly wrong. Cold, mocking, dripping with ancient knowledge. "You stand before the glass of truths," it said, the sound echoing slightly in the dead air of the hall. "The reflection of what you are, shaped by what you left behind." I couldn't speak. I could only stare, horrified, at the independent being wearing my face. "Promises," the reflection hissed, its eyes boring into mine. "So easily made, so easily broken." The surface of the mirror rippled, the image of my mocking double dissolving like smoke. In its place, scenes began to play, clearer and more brutal than the flashes in the carriage window. It showed me a sunny afternoon by the Hampron River years ago. I saw myself, maybe 12, standing on the old wooden footbridge with my little sister, Sarah. She was only 6, bright eyes, pigtails bouncing. "Hold my hand tight, okay?" I'd said, puffing out my chest like a big, responsible brother. "The planks are slippery here." She'd nodded, her small hand trusting completely in mine. Then, the scene shifted. We were further along. I got distracted by a fish jumping, pointed it out to her. My grip loosened for just a second. Her foot slipped on a mossy plank. I saw her little hand flail, reaching, her eyes wide with sudden terror. I saw my own hand reach back, a fraction of a second too late. The splash, the frantic searching, the empty water, the unbearable, crushing guilt that I had shoved down, buried, refused to face for all these years. "You promised to protect her," the mirror voice whispered, cold as the river water. The scene shifted again. A sterile hospital room. My father, frail and weak in the bed, tubes running from his arms. His breath was shallow. His eyes fluttered open, found mine. His fingers, thin and bony, closed weakly around mine. "Stay," he'd rasped, his voice barely there. "Don't leave." I'd nodded, squeezed his hand. "I'll stay, Dad. I promise." But an hour later, my friends called. They were going fishing down at Miller's Pond. I hesitated, looked at my sleeping father. He seemed stable. "I'll just be gone for a little while," I told myself. "He won't even know." I gently slipped my hand from his grasp. The mirror showed me walking out of the room, grabbing my fishing rod. Then it showed the nurse finding me hours later, her face full of pity. "I'm so sorry," she'd said. "He passed peacefully just after you left." The mirror didn't need to voice the accusation this time. "You let go." More scenes flickered across the cracked glass. Borrowing money from my friend Dave when his business was struggling, promising faithfully to pay it back soon. Never doing it. Watching from afar as his shop closed down. Spreading a silly rumor about a girl I liked in high school because she turned me down, seeing the hurt it caused her. Turning my back on a friend who was getting into trouble, telling myself it wasn't my problem. Small betrayals, moments of selfishness, acts of cowardice, forgotten debts of loyalty and love. Each one played out on the mirror's surface, stripping away years of denial and self-deception. The portraits on the walls seemed to lean closer, their painted eyes filled with sorrow, disappointment, accusation. Sarah, Dad, Dave, Lisa, so many others. The weight of it all became unbearable. Tears finally broke free, hot and stinging, burning tracks down my face. A sob tore from my throat, raw and ragged. My knees buckled, and I collapsed onto the dusty marble floor before the terrible mirror. The grief, the guilt, the shame I had carried unknowingly for so long crashed down on me like a physical blow. I buried my face in my hands, shaking. The carriage came, the voice from the mirror said, softer now, almost sad. Because the past remembers what you tried so desperately to forget. The debts must be acknowledged. I looked up, tears blurring my vision. The reflection was back to showing my own miserable face, but the crack in the glass seemed deeper, darker. "But," I whispered, my voice choked, barely audible. Is there no way to fix it? To atone?" A long moment of silence hung in the vast hall. Then a different voice answered, soft and quiet, coming from behind me. "Remember us." I turned, startled. Standing just inside the doorway, having emerged silently from the waiting carriage, was the boy, the pale child, no older than 10. He walked slowly towards me across the dusty floor, his footsteps making no sound. He stopped a few feet away, his hollow eyes seeming a little less vacant now, filled with a profound sadness. He held out his hand. In it rested the headless toy soldier. Gently, he placed the broken metal figure into my trembling hands. It felt cold and heavy, the jagged edge where the head should have been sharp against my palm. "Remember us," he repeated simply. His voice wasn't accusing. It was just a plea. Then the others appeared, stepping out from the shadows near the entrance. The old woman shuffled forward, her tattered lace dress whispering against the floor. She held out the broken music box. As I took it, its delicate weight settled in my other hand. I thought I heard the faintest, tiniest ghost of a melody from within it, instantly cut short. The man with the bloodied forehead approached next. The blankness in his eyes had softened, replaced by a look of deep weariness. He didn't offer me anything related to his wound, but instead held out a folded piece of paper, a letter, stained dark brown with what looked like dried blood. He pressed it into my hand alongside the soldier and the music box. Whose blood? What story did it hold? I didn't know, but I accepted it. More figures seemed to emerge from the gloom, perhaps passengers I hadn't noticed before, or maybe spirits drawn from the portraits themselves. One offered a tarnished silver locket, hinged but refusing to open. Another, a single, perfectly preserved pressed flower, faded but still beautiful, its stems snapped. Each object felt like a fragment of a forgotten story, a piece of a life intertwined with mine through some broken promise or unfulfilled duty. They didn't want revenge. They weren't here to drag me to some fiery pit. Their eyes, though filled with sadness, held no malice. They just wanted not to be forgotten. They wanted the debts acknowledged, the promises remembered, the oaths honored in memory, even if they couldn't be fulfilled in life. They wanted their stories, their connections to me, to matter. As I stood there, my hands now full of these broken, precious tokens of my past failures, a low rumbling sound started deep within the manor. Dust rained down from the shadowy ceiling. The stone walls began to vibrate. The portraits rattled in their frames. The manor was coming apart. The rumbling grew louder, becoming a deafening roar. Cracks snaked across the marble floor. Stones began to fall from the ceiling. The entire structure groaned, protesting its own dissolution. The air filled with choking dust. Outside, through the now crumbling doorway, I could see the thick, blood-red mist thinning rapidly. The horrible red moon was fading, replaced by the deep indigo blue of a pre-dawn sky. Pinpricks of starlight began to appear, sharp and clear. Then, a terrifying sound split the air. The horses, the black steeds tethered to the carriage, let out a high-pitched, unearthly scream, a sound of terror or perhaps release. Instinct took over. Survival. Clutching the broken objects tightly to my chest, the soldier, the music box, the letter, the locket, the flower. I turned and ran back towards the groaning entrance as the grand hall collapsed behind me. Stones crashed down where I had knelt moments before. The mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces with a final, explosive sound. I burst out of the collapsing manor and into the now clear, cold night air. The wind whipped around me, but it felt clean, fresh. The mournful singing was gone. I scrambled down the path, stumbling on the loose rocks, desperation lending speed to my feet. When I reached the bottom of the hill, breathless and shaking, the carriage waited. It looked different somehow, less menacing, still dark and old world, but less like a phantom chariot and more like just a carriage. The swirling fog was completely gone. The night was clear, stars blazing overhead. And standing by the open carriage door wasn't a shadowy figure anymore. It was a man, an old man, his face kind, lined with wrinkles I knew well, his eyes twinkling slightly in the starlight, though tinged with a gentle sadness. A familiar, warm presence. My grandfather. He'd been gone for 15 years. He smiled, a real warm smile that reached his eyes. A smile I hadn't seen in so long but remembered perfectly. "Home, love," he said, his voice warm and gentle, just like I remembered it. Not accusing, not demanding. Just loving, guiding. Tears welled in my eyes again, but this time they weren't tears of guilt or terror. They were tears of relief, of a strange, painful kind of homecoming. I climbed back into the carriage, my hands still clutching the fragile memories. The interior felt different too. The musty smell was fainter, replaced by a faint scent of pipe tobacco, my grandfather's smell. The other passengers were gone. It was just me and him. He closed the door gently, climbed onto the driver's seat, and with a soft click of the reins, the carriage pulled away smoothly. This time, the ride was peaceful. Glancing out the window, I saw the familiar stars wheeling overhead. The journey felt calm, steady. The deep indigo of the sky slowly softened, turning to the pale gray and soft pink of approaching dawn. It felt like only moments later, though maybe it was longer, that the carriage rolled to a gentle stop. Right back in front of my own house, on the quiet street in Hampbrun. Everything looked completely normal. The flickering streetlight, Mrs. Gable's prize-winning roses next door, the familiar shape of my own front porch. My grandfather opened the door, his kind eyes meeting mine. He didn't say anything else, just gave me a small nod. I stepped out onto the sidewalk, the cool morning air fresh on my face. I turned back to thank him, to ask him so many questions, but the carriage was gone, vanished completely. There was no sound of wheels or hooves receding into the distance. Just nothing. The only trace left was the faint, lingering scent of old wood, and maybe, just maybe, wild horses on the dawn breeze. I stood there on the sidewalk for a long moment as the first rays of sunlight painted the rooftops gold. Then I looked down at my hands. I still held the objects, but they weren't broken anymore. The toy soldier had its head back, standing proud and whole. The wooden music box was smooth and gleaming, its painted flowers bright. Tentatively, I wound the tiny key. A clear, sweet melody tinkled out, fragile, but perfect. The blood-stained letter was now clean, the paper crisp, though the writing inside remained folded, unread for now. The silver locket shone brightly, and when I touched the clasp, it clicked open easily, revealing 2 tiny, empty frames waiting for pictures. The pressed flower looked freshly picked, its color vibrant. They were whole again, mended, and standing there on my familiar street, with the sun rising on a new day in boring old Hampbrun, holding these mended pieces of my forgotten past, I felt different. The heavy weight of guilt hadn't vanished entirely, but it had changed. It wasn't a crushing burden anymore. It was the solid weight of memory, of responsibility, of connection acknowledged. The hollowness inside me, the feeling of being stuck, of being dusty and forgotten myself, felt filled, not empty anymore. I wasn't sure what came next, how this night would change the days to come, but as I walked up my front path, the restored treasures held carefully in my hands, I knew one thing for sure. I remembered, and somehow, holding on to those memories, those acknowledged debts, those repaired connections, I felt whole again too. The passage had been terrifying, but it had brought me home, not just to Hampbrun, but maybe finally back to myself. I guess you could say I came to Ravensbrook to disappear, not like, poof, gone forever, but the kind of disappearing where you just fade, become background noise. I needed somewhere off the grid, somewhere nobody would think to look, somewhere even I might forget who I used to be. I'd spent weeks hunched over maps, the paper kind, stained with coffee rings and desperation. Found nothing. Then, digging through some dusty online forums about forgotten places, someone mentioned Ravensbrook. It wasn't a town, really. More like a hiccup on a road that time itself forgot, tucked away deep in a valley choked with pine trees. The air there, they said, smelled like rain that fell last century, and something else. Something older, like dirt and secrets. The house was cheap. Dirt, cheap. The kind of cheap that screams, something's wrong here. But I wasn't in a position to be picky. It was listed online with grainy photos that made it look like it was trying to hide even from the camera. As is, the listing declared, which usually means falling apart. Perfect. Too far out for casual visitors, too broken down for anyone with options, and too cheap for the realtor to bother asking why a guy like me, looking like he'd wrestled a ghost and lost, wanted it so bad. All I needed was silence. 4 walls to hold the quiet in, and miles, hundreds of miles, between me and the life I'd torched on my way out. Driving there felt like driving backwards in time. The highway narrowed, cracked, then turned into a gravel road that grumbled under my tires. Trees pressed in close, their branches like skeletal fingers scraping the roof of my beat-up truck. Finally, the road just ended. And there it stood. The house. It slumped at the end of that overgrown path, like an old man weary of standing. 2 stories tall, with a wraparound porch that sagged in the middle like it had sighed one too many times. The paint, once probably white, was peeling away in long strips, showing the dark, weathered wood underneath like sores. What got me, though, were the windows. They were dark, unnaturally dark, like holes punched into the world. They didn't reflect the gloomy afternoon sky. They seemed to swallow the light whole. Walking up the creaking porch steps, scattering rotten leaves, I felt a weird shiver, like stepping into a cold spot. It wasn't just the autumn air. It felt expectant, like the house had been holding its breath, waiting just for me. The key the realtor mailed me, he hadn't even bothered to meet me here, just took the wire transfer, turned stiffly in the lock. The heavy wooden door groaned open onto a dim hallway. Dust motes danced like tiny ghosts in the weak light slanting through a dirty window somewhere. The air inside was thick, heavy with the smell of damp plaster, old wood, dust, and something else. A faint, sharp tang, almost like old pennies. Metallic. I didn't care. Stepping inside felt like closing a door on the rest of the world. The floorboards groaned under my weight, a low, long complaint. Fine by me. I wasn't looking for cheerful. I wasn't looking for charming. I was looking for an ending, a place to just stop. The silence was huge, pressing in on my ears after the engine noise and the city buzz I'd left behind. This would do. This forgotten house in this forgotten valley. This would be my vanishing point. I spent the first day just existing. Didn't unpack much beyond a sleeping bag, some canned food, and a camping lantern. The power wasn't on. Didn't know if it even could be. Didn't matter. I walked through the empty rooms, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. Each room felt colder than the last, even the ones where sunlight managed to sneak through the grime on the windows. I noticed weird things, sure. Like how in the bathroom mirror, my reflection seemed slow, lagging just a fraction of a second behind my movements. Or how sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, a shadow in a doorway would seem to stretch or twitch, only to be perfectly still when I looked straight at it. It's just an old house, I told myself, my voice sounding loud and out of place in the quiet. Old houses settle. They make noises. They have drafts. It's got personality. I repeated it like a mantra, trying to convince myself. Old houses groan. They sigh. They creak. Totally normal. But then came the second night, and the whisper. I was zipped into my sleeping bag on the floor of what I guessed was the living room. The fireplace was a black hole against one wall, soot-stained and cold. Outside, the wind was picking up, rattling a loose shutter somewhere upstairs. I was staring up at the ceiling, trying to trace the water stains in the faint moonlight filtering through the window, when I heard it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the house settling. It was soft, so soft, like someone breathing steam onto cold glass right beside my ear. A faint, sibilant sound that curled into the silence, and it formed a word. My name. Aaron. My blood went cold. Not just cold, but ice water in the veins, heart-stopping cold. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Every muscle in my body locked up tight. I strained my ears, listening so hard my head started to hurt. Nothing. Just the wind. Just the old house groaning. Had I imagined it? Stress? Lack of sleep? The utter, crushing silence playing tricks on my ears? I let out a shaky breath, trying for a laugh that came out more like a cough. Old houses make noise, I muttered again, the words feeling flimsy and stupid. Just the wind. But the wind didn't know my name. The wind didn't sound like it was leaning down to whisper directly into my soul. That night, sleep didn't come easy. Every creak, every rustle outside made me jump. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was listening. By the end of that first week, the little attempts at rationalizing felt pathetic. Something was definitely wrong. Something was definitely here. It wasn't just random noises anymore. It was purposeful. I'd be downstairs, trying to read by lantern light, and I'd hear it. Footsteps. Soft, measured steps pacing back and forth on the floor directly above me. Always when I was downstairs. The second I'd stand up, steeling myself to go investigate, they'd stop. Silence. The lights were another thing. Well, the lantern light. I only had the one reliable battery-powered one. But sometimes the beam would just dip. Flicker down to almost nothing for a second, then flare back up. Not like a dying battery which fades slowly. This was like someone putting their hand over it for a heartbeat. Just one flicker, sharp and quick, enough to make my heart pound. And the doors. Oh, the doors. There were plenty of them, dark wood, heavy, with old brass knobs. I'd make a point of closing them firmly behind me. The bathroom door, the door to the creepy, empty kitchen, the door to a small pantry that smelled faintly of spoiled fruit and something else, something bitter. I'd close them, hear the click of the latch, and minutes later, turning around, I'd find one slightly ajar, creaked open just an inch or two, slow, deliberate, like someone was peeking out. One night, I decided to test it. My nerves were shot anyway. I left the door to the bedroom I'd claimed upstairs wide open. Stood there for a minute, staring into the dark hallway. Okay, I whispered into the gloom. Show me. I got into my sleeping bag, heart thudding against my ribs like a trapped bird, and watched the open doorway. Hours passed. The moon crawled across the sky outside the dirty window. My eyelids got heavy. Just as I was drifting off, convinced I was losing my mind, I heard it. My eyes snapped open. The door was moving. Inch by painful inch, it was swinging shut, pushed by an invisible hand. It closed with a soft final click. The sound echoed in the dead silence that followed. It happened exactly at 3 a.m. I knew because I'd checked my phone screen just moments before, the only clock I had. 3 a.m. The witching hour, or whatever they called it. After that, I didn't sleep much at all. I just lay there, staring at the closed door, feeling watched, feeling known. Then I found the pocket watch. It was in the master bedroom, a room I'd mostly avoided. It felt heavier than the others, the air thicker, colder. There was an old 4-poster bed frame, stripped bare, looming like a skeleton in the center, and a dusty nightstand beside it. Curiosity, or maybe something else, something pulling me, made me pull open the top drawer. It stuck, then gave way with a screech. Inside, nestled among dried leaves, dead insects, and unidentifiable bits of fluff, was the watch. It was beautiful, in a heavy, old-fashioned way. Brass casing, tarnished with age but still catching the weak light. It felt solid, weighty in my hand, and it was ticking, loudly, a steady, strong tick-tock, tick-tock that seemed way too loud for such a small object. It filled the silence of the room. I lifted it out, cradling it in my palm, and the moment my skin touched the cool metal, the ticking changed. It faltered, skipped a beat. Tick-tock, 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 like it was surprised, like it hesitated. Then, after a few uneven beats, it settled back into its rhythm, steady and strong again, but maybe a little faster? It was the strangest feeling, like the watch wasn't just a mechanism of gears and springs, like it had recognized my touch. I should have put it back. I should have slammed that drawer shut, walked out of that room, maybe even walked out of that house right then and there. Every instinct screamed, wrong, 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 but I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe it felt like the first solid, real thing I'd held in weeks. Maybe, in a weird way, its steady ticking was a comfort against the unsettling silence and the whispers. Or maybe it was already too late. Maybe the house, or whatever was in it, wanted me to find it. I slipped it into the pocket of my jeans. It felt heavy against my thigh. Everywhere I went in the house after that, the watch went with me, its ticking a constant companion against my leg. And that's when things got really bad. The house didn't just feel haunted anymore. It felt awake and aware. The change wasn't instant, but it was noticeable. The shadows, for one, they seemed deeper, darker than they should be. They clung to corners long after the sun should have chased them away, and they didn't always match the furniture anymore. I'd see the shadow of a chair stretch long and distorted across the floor, looking more like a clawed hand reaching out. Sometimes, I swear, I'd move, and my own shadow would take a half-second longer to follow. Or worse, sometimes a shadow in the corner of my eye would shift, detach itself from the wall, before I even moved, like it was anticipating me. The walls, they started to breathe, not like air moving, not drafts. It was a sound, a low, deep thrumming you felt more than heard, like the house had a giant, slow heartbeat. And woven into that thrumming were murmurs, whispers, not clear words anymore, not my name, just sounds. Snatches of conversation from far away, overlapping, indistinct, like listening to a radio tuned between stations, picking up ghosts of voices speaking in languages I didn't understand. Soft, sibilant, constant. It felt like the house was talking to itself. Or maybe it was learning me, deconstructing me, tasting my fear on the air. It wasn't just haunting me anymore. It felt like it was dissecting me, piece by piece, whisper by whisper. It knew I was scared. It knew I was alone. And it was feeding on it. The ticking watch in my pocket felt heavier each day, a constant rhythmic reminder that I was tethered to this place now. Then the dreams started. Fire. Always fire. It was the same dream, night after night. I'd find myself standing in the middle of a forest I didn't recognize. Pine trees, just like the ones outside the house, towered around me, but they were engulfed in flames. Orange and red licked up the trunks, turning needles to ash, roaring with a sound that filled my head. Smoke burned my eyes, clawed at my throat, thick and black. It was terrifying, the heat pressing in, the world ending in fire around me. But here's the weird part. In the dream, I wasn't afraid, not at all. There was this strange sense of calm, of acceptance, and I was always holding someone's hand. I could feel the grip, firm and real, anchoring me in the inferno. But no matter how hard I tried in the dream, I could never turn my head to see who it was. I just knew someone was there, burning with me. Every time I woke up from that dream, gasping for air, the smell of smoke seeming to cling to my clothes, the first thing I'd notice was the pocket watch. I'd started putting it on the floor beside my sleeping bag at night, and after the fire dream, its ticking was always louder, sharper, more insistent, like it was excited or hungry. One night, maybe a week or two after the dreams began, time was starting to get slippery, days blurring together, I heard something new, crying. It wasn't the wind howling in the chimney or the rasping whispers in the walls. This was different. It was high-pitched, muffled, like a child sobbing into a pillow. Heartbreakingly sad. And it was coming from upstairs. My blood ran cold all over again. Every nerve screamed, "Don't go up there." The house felt particularly active that night, the shadows deeper, the murmuring louder. But the crying, it sounded so real, so miserable. Against my better judgment, driven by some stupid protective instinct I didn't know I had, I got up. Lantern in one hand, shaking slightly, I moved to the bottom of the main staircase. It loomed up into darkness, each step seeming to disappear into the gloom. I stood there for a long time, just listening. The crying continued, faint but undeniable. Taking a deep breath that tasted like dust and dread, I started up. Each wooden step groaned under my weight, a low, protesting sound that echoed in the stairwell. It felt like the house itself was trying to hold me back, warning me. The air grew colder with each step I climbed. At the top, the hallway stretched out before me, lit only by the weak beam of my lantern. It seemed longer than it should be, the far end shrouded in impenetrable darkness. As I walked slowly down the hall, my footsteps muffled by a threadbare runner carpet that squelched slightly underfoot. Damp. Or something else. The crying grew fainter. By the time I reached the door at the very end of the hall, a door I hadn't opened yet, it had stopped completely. Silence descended again, heavy and watchful. My hand hesitated on the cold brass doorknob. Part of me screamed to turn around, run back downstairs, barricade myself in the living room. But another part, the part that had heard that desolate sobbing, needed to know. I turned the knob. The door creaked open into what must have been a nursery ages ago. The air inside was freezing, stagnant. My lantern beam swept across the room, revealing faded wallpaper with peeling cartoon animals. Toys lay scattered across the floor, ghostly shapes in the dim light, dusty wooden blocks, a small rocking horse with one rocker broken, a stuffed bear missing an eye, staring blankly from a corner. In the center of the room was a wooden crib, empty. My light lingered on the crib. The mattress was bare, stained, but the small tattered blanket inside, it looked disturbed, rumpled. And as I got closer, holding my breath, I could feel it. A faint warmth radiating from the fabric, like someone had been lying there just moments ago. A wave of nausea and pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. I backed out of the room slowly, pulling the door shut with a soft click. I didn't run, but every instinct screamed at me to. I stumbled back down the hallway, down the groaning stairs. The image of that empty, warm crib burned into my mind. I never went near that end of the hallway again. I didn't need to. I knew. Whatever was crying wasn't a child, not anymore. Maybe a week after that, time felt like thick syrup now, slow and hard to track. The pocket watch stopped. It was sudden. I was sitting by the cold fireplace, tracing patterns in the dust on the floor, the watch a familiar weight in my pocket, its tick-tock a constant, almost soothing rhythm against the backdrop of the house's unsettling murmurs. 1 second, it was there, steady, strong. The next, silence. Complete and utter silence from my pocket. I pulled it out. The hands were frozen. The rhythmic pulse against my fingertips was gone. It felt dead. Just a cold piece of metal. A chill, deeper than any I'd felt before, snaked down my spine. It wasn't relief. It felt like a prelude, like the silence before the storm breaks. A sudden, desperate urge to get out seized me, not just out of the room, but out of the house. Now. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing my lantern and the thin jacket I'd worn here. I practically ran to the front door, the big, heavy wooden one I'd first entered through what felt like a lifetime ago. My hand fumbled with the deadbolt, shot it back. I grabbed the knob, turned, pulled. Nothing. The door didn't budge. It was stuck fast, as if it were bolted from the outside. Panic flared hot in my chest. I rattled the knob, shoved my shoulder against the solid wood. It didn't give an inch. It felt like pushing against a solid wall. Okay, okay, deep breaths. The back door. There had to be a back door, probably off the creepy kitchen. I rushed through the archway, into the kitchen with its lingering smell of decay. Found the door. Locked. Bolted from the inside, but the bolt was rusted solid. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. Windows. Need to break a window. I went back to the living room, grabbed a loose chunk of firewood from the hearth, found the nearest window, thick with grime, took a step back, swung the wood hard. It bounced off the glass with a dull thud, didn't even crack it. I stared, bewildered. It was old glass, probably thin. It should have shattered. I hit it again, harder, fueled by rising panic. Thud. Nothing. I tried another window in the dining room. Same result. It was like trying to break thick plastic, not glass. They wouldn't break. They wouldn't even scratch. I was trapped. The house wasn't just haunted anymore. It was holding me prisoner. As the sun began to set, painting the dusty sky outside in shades of bruised purple and blood orange, the last light faded from the windows, and precisely at that moment, as full darkness fell, my battery-powered lantern flickered once, twice, and died, plunging me into absolute suffocating blackness. That night the whispers started again, but they were different. They weren't random murmurs anymore. They weren't formless sounds. They were everywhere, seeming to seep from the very wood grain of the walls, from the floorboards beneath my feet, from the ceiling overhead. A chorus of soft, sibilant voices, overlapping, echoing. And they weren't saying my name anymore. They were saying his. Aaron. Aaron Whitlock, over and over. A soft, insistent chant in the dark. Aaron Whitlock. The name sent a jolt through me, colder than any draft. Whitlock. Why did that sound familiar? Had I seen it somewhere? Read it? Driven by a new kind of fear, a terrifying sense of impending revelation, I remembered the attic. I hadn't been up there yet. A narrow, steep staircase hidden behind a door in the upstairs hallway led up to it. I didn't have my lantern, but desperation gave me a strange kind of courage. Groping my way through the oppressive darkness, feeling along the walls, I found the staircase, climbed into the suffocating blackness above. The attic air was thick with dust. Cobwebs brushed against my face like phantom fingers. It smelled intensely of old paper, dry rot, and something else. Mouse droppings, maybe? Feeling around blindly, my hands brushed against something solid. A wooden chest. Heavy. Hinges creaked loudly as I forced the lid open. Inside, my fingers found stacks of paper. Brittle, dry. Letters tied with faded ribbon. Newspaper clippings, edges crumbling. And then, my hand closed around a photograph. Cardboard backing, stiff with age. Even in the pitch black, I felt drawn to it. I tucked it into my pocket, along with a handful of the papers, hoping to examine them if the light ever returned. I stumbled back downstairs, the whispers following me, chanting his name. Aaron Whitlock. Aaron Whitlock. I huddled in the living room, waiting for dawn. The papers and the photograph clutched in my hand like talismans against the dark. When the first weak gray light of morning finally filtered through the grimy windows, offering just enough visibility, I pulled out the photograph first. My breath hitched in my throat. It was a faded sepia-toned picture of a man standing on the porch of this very house. Stern face, dark hair, dressed in clothes from maybe the 1920s or 30s, but that wasn't what made my blood run cold. He looked like me. Not just a passing resemblance. The shape of the jaw, the set of the eyes, the way his mouth turned down slightly at the corners. It was like looking at an older, grimmer version of myself reflected in a dusty mirror. My heart hammered against my ribs. Trembling, I turned the photo over. Scrawled on the back in faded ink were a few spidery words. He wouldn't let go. Now he belongs to it. It belongs to it. The house? My hands shook as I unfolded the newspaper clippings. Most were local announcements, brittle and yellowed. But one, tucked near the bottom, was an obituary. Short, concise. Aaron Whitlock, resident of Ravensbrook Valley, passed away peacefully in his sleep on October 13th, 1931. He was 42 years old. Services will be private. Died in sleep. In this house, the house I now owned. Aaron Whitlock, same name as me, same face staring back from the photograph. Died here. He wouldn't let go. The whispers suddenly made horrifying sense. They weren't calling to me. They were calling for him. Or maybe they thought I was him. Same name, same face. Was I destined for the same fate? To become another ghost trapped within these walls, belonging to it? I don't know how long I stayed locked inside after that. Time lost all meaning. Days bled into nights, marked only by the weak gray light filtering through the windows and the suffocating darkness that followed. The house seemed to sense my terror, my dawning understanding, and it began to change. It wasn't just the shadows or the whispers anymore. The very structure seemed to shift around me. I'd walk down the downstairs hallway, heading for the kitchen, only to find myself suddenly facing the staircase again. Doors would appear where there was only solid wall before, opening onto rooms I'd never seen. Empty, dust-choked spaces that felt older, colder than the rest of the house. One afternoon, the main staircase, the one I'd climbed to find the nursery, didn't lead up anymore. It led down into a place that wasn't a basement. It was darker, the air thick and hot, smelling intensely of cold ash, rust, and burnt metal, like the inside of an old furnace that hadn't been fired in decades, yet still held a residual unnatural heat. The walls weren't wood or plaster down here. They felt like rough, cold stone, slick with some kind of dampness. And there, at the bottom of these impossible stairs, sitting on a crude stone pedestal that seemed to rise naturally from the packed earth floor, was the pocket watch. My pocket watch. The one that had stopped ticking. The one I still had clutched in my hand upstairs just moments ago. How? I hadn't brought it down here. I couldn't have, but there it was. Gleaming faintly in the oppressive darkness, the brass seeming almost to glow. And it was ticking. Loudly. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound echoed in the confined space, amplified, insistent, calling to me. I stared at it, mesmerized. Part of me, the part that was Aaron Whitlock, the part the house recognized, wanted to reach out, take it back. It felt like a missing piece of myself. This watch, this house, this fate, it was all intertwined. As my hand stretched out, trembling, fingers reaching for the cool brass, I heard the whisper again. Not from the walls this time, right beside my ear, so close I could almost feel the breath, cold and dead. Let go. The voice was different, not the sibilant chorus. This was one voice, ancient and dry, like rustling leaves. Was it a warning or a command? Let go of the watch, let go of my sanity, let go of my life and belong to it. Something inside me snapped. A surge of defiance, maybe just pure survival instinct. No, this wasn't my fate. I wasn't Aaron Whitlock. He wouldn't let go and he belonged to it. But maybe I could. I pulled my hand back as if burned, turned away from the ticking watch on its stone altar, left it there in the hot ash-scented darkness beneath the house. Climbing back up the stairs felt different, harder, like pushing against a heavy weight. But as I emerged back into the familiar dusty hallway of the main house, the air felt thinner, lighter. The oppressive weight that had been crushing me seemed to lift, just slightly. The walls still pulsed with that low thrum, but it felt weaker. The whispers were still there, a faint background hiss, but they sounded confused now, the chanting broken. The name they whispered wasn't mine, wasn't his. It was just noise. I stood there, breathing heavily, covered in dust and sweat. I felt strangely empty without the weight of the watch in my pocket, but I also felt stronger, freer. The house still pulsed around me, still watched me, still didn't want me to leave. But its primary hook, its anchor into my soul, the watch, the connection to Aaron Whitlock, was broken. It no longer had the same control. The next morning, exhaustion finally claimed me. I slept, a deep, dreamless sleep, slumped against the wall in the living room. When I woke, sunlight, real, warm sunlight, was streaming through the windows. It looked different, clearer, like the grime on the glass had lessened, or maybe like the sun itself hadn't truly reached this valley in a long, long time. Hesitantly, almost expecting it to be a trick, I walked to the front door. My hand hovered over the knob. I took a breath, turned it. It opened, easily. No sticking, no resistance. Just the groan of old hinges as the heavy door swung inward, revealing the overgrown path and the silent, watchful trees beyond. The air outside smelled fresh, clean, like pine and damp earth, without the underlying scent of decay and metal that permeated the house. I stepped onto the porch. The wood groaned under my boots, a familiar, complaining sound. It felt like the house knew this was goodbye. There was no final scream from the darkness within. No slamming doors or shattering windows. The house just stood there, silent, watching me with its dark, light-absorbing windows. It felt ancient, patient. It had lost this round, but it had time, all the time in the world. I didn't run, but I walked quickly down the path to my truck. It started on the first try, thank God. As I put it in reverse, gravel crunching under the tires, I forced myself not to look back in the rearview mirror. I didn't need to see it. I could feel its presence receding behind me, a cold spot in the landscape. I drove out of Ravensbrook Valley, back onto the forgotten highway, leaving the house nestled in its hollow where the birds didn't sing, and time seemed to snag on the trees. I knew it was still there, waiting, and somewhere inside, maybe back in the dusty drawer of that master bedroom nightstand, or maybe still down in the furnace heart of the house on its stone pedestal, the pocket watch waited too. Silent for now, but its ticking would start again. Eventually, it would wait for someone else, someone lost, running from their life, looking for a place to disappear, someone who would feel the pull, pick up the tarnished brass, and hear the whispers start. Someone just like me. I escaped, but a piece of me is still there, in that valley. And sometimes, late at night, when the silence gets too deep, I swear I can almost hear it. You ever hear of a place called Rotstone? Probably not. It's just a little speck on the map, way out west where the big rolling fields bump up against these craggy hills. They turn this amazing gold color when the sun starts to dip low, like someone spilled paint across the sky. Population? Maybe 600 folks, give or take, depending on who's visiting family. It wasn't the kind of place where strangers stuck around, you know? People liked knowing everyone, liked things staying the same. It felt safe, I guess. Or maybe just comfortable. Yeah, comfortable in its quiet ways. Our house was right on the edge of town. Big old 2-story ranch house painted white once upon a time, but the sun and wind had bleached it to a soft gray. It had one of those wraparound porches that went all the way around, perfect for sitting out on cool evenings. The shutters, though, they were a different story. Black, peeling paint, and they'd creak and groan whenever the night wind decided to whisper through the eaves. Sounded like the house itself was sighing, or maybe complaining about its old bones. My folks, Samuel and Clara Whitmore, well, everyone in town knew them. They were the kind of people you looked up to. Solid, dependable. Always went to church on Sundays, always had a firm handshake for the men and a polite nod for the ladies. My dad could fix near anything, and my mom's apple pie? Folks talked about it for days after the church bake sale. They seemed perfect, like figures carved out of good, honest wood. But sometimes things felt a little off. It wasn't anything you could put your finger on. Not really. Just a feeling. Like when we'd walk into the general store, maybe to pick up some flour for Mom or nails for Dad. Conversations would just stop. Not like a record scratch, more like someone gently lifting the needle. People would nod, say "Mornin', Whitmores," polite as could be, but the easy chatter they were having a second before, gone, vanished into thin air. The old guys who sat on the bench outside, whittling wood and spitting tobacco juice. They'd look up, then glance at each other, not saying a word, but you could almost hear the thoughts buzzing between them, like they shared a secret, one that involved us. Even as a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old, I felt it. It was like wearing an itchy sweater under your shirt on a hot day. You couldn't take it off, couldn't scratch the itch right, but it was always there. This quiet, sticky feeling. Shame. Maybe. But shame for what? I didn't know. Nobody ever said anything bad about us, not out loud anyway. But the silence, the way eyes sometimes slid away from yours, it felt heavy, like carrying around rocks in your pockets that nobody else could see. I'd ask Mom sometimes, "Why do folks get quiet when we come around?" She'd just pat my head, her smile looking a little tight around the edges. "Folks in small towns have long memories, honey," she'd say. "Doesn't mean anything." But her eyes didn't quite meet mine, and I knew deep down it did mean something. Something old, something hidden. School was okay, mostly. Kids are kids, right? We played tag in the dusty schoolyard, traded marbles, complained about homework. But even there sometimes, a whispered comment I couldn't quite catch, a sideways glance during history class when we talked about the town's founding. Like my family name, Whitmore, had an invisible asterisk next to it. It made me feel separate, even when I was right in the middle of a game. Like I was watching everything through a dusty window pane. Our ranch wasn't just the house. We had land, good land, stretching out towards those golden hills. Dad worked it hard, sunrise to sunset. He loved that land. You could see it in the way he'd crumble the dirt in his hands, checking the moisture. Mom kept the house spotless, tended a big vegetable garden out back, canned peaches and tomatoes like nobody's business. From the outside, we were the picture of a happy, hard-working family. Inside, though, inside the quiet walls of that old house, sometimes the silence felt different. Not peaceful, just empty, waiting. I remember this one time, I must have been maybe 10. I found this old, rusty horseshoe buried near the back fence. It was heavy, pitted with age. I brought it inside, all excited, showed it to Dad. He took it, turned it over in his big, calloused hands, but he didn't smile. His face got still. He looked out the window towards the hills for a long moment, then just handed it back. "Some things are best left buried, son," he said, his voice low and rough. He never mentioned it again, and I, feeling a chill I didn't understand, took the horseshoe back outside and buried it even deeper than before. It was late summer when everything changed. One of those nights where the heat just hangs in the air, thick and heavy like a wet blanket. You couldn't escape it. The air smelled like dry hay from the fields, and the dust kicked up by the cattle, a smell I usually liked, but tonight it felt suffocating. And the cicadas, man, they were putting on a show, screaming their little buggy hearts out from every tree, a high-pitched, non-stop shriek that drilled right into your skull. Sounded like a million tiny demons throwing a party in the darkness. I was lying in my bed, couldn't sleep, too hot. The sheets felt sticky against my skin. The ceiling fan above me just spun slow, lazy circles, barely stirring the air. It clicked softly with each rotation, a rhythm that usually lulled me to sleep, but tonight it just made me more restless. I was staring up at the shadows the fan blades made on the ceiling, watching them dance and swirl like weird ghosts, thinking about nothing much, maybe school starting soon, maybe that weird feeling at the store earlier, just drifting. Then it happened, the scream. It wasn't like someone stubbed their toe or got surprised. No, this was different. It ripped through the quiet house like a razor blade, sharp, raw, full of pure, naked terror. A sound I had never ever heard come from my mom or my dad. It wasn't just loud, it was jagged, like it tore itself coming out of someone's throat. My eyes flew open wide, every muscle in my body went tight. My heart felt like it exploded in my chest, just bang, bang, bang against my ribs, so hard I thought it might break through. I sat bolt upright in bed, the sweaty sheet clinging to my back. My breath hitched in my throat. The cicadas outside seemed to go quiet for a split second, like even they were shocked into silence. Then, nothing, just the clicking fan. But the air felt different now, cold, prickly, like electricity was buzzing just under my skin. Fear, real gut-twisting fear, the kind that makes your stomach cramp and your legs feel like jelly, washed over me. It pinned me to the mattress. I wanted to jump up, run to my parents' room down the hall, see what was wrong, but I couldn't move. It was like my body knew, before my brain did, that something truly awful had happened, something that hearing that scream had unleashed into the house. Then I heard it, from the hallway outside my room. Footsteps, not the usual creaks and shuffles my parents made. These were heavy, stumbling, dragging, almost, like someone hurt or someone carrying something heavy. My blood ran cold. That wasn't Mom or Dad. Instinct, pure animal instinct, finally kicked in. Forget being brave, forget checking on them. Survive. Hide. That was the only thought hammering in my head. Faster than I ever thought possible, I slid off the side of the bed, landing silently on the worn rug. I scrambled underneath the wooden bed frame, wriggling on my belly like a snake, pushing myself as far back against the wall as I could get. The floorboards were cool and slightly splintered against my cheek. Dust bunnies tickled my nose. I held my breath, trying to make myself small, invisible. Praying like I never prayed in church. Silence fell again. But this wasn't the quiet before the scream. This was thick, heavy, unnatural. Like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting. The only sound was the frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears, so loud I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. The clicking fan seemed miles away now. And then, a new sound. Chills raced down my spine. Boots. Heavy leather boots, scuffing deliberately across the hardwood floor in the hallway. Slow, measured steps, coming closer, and with the steps, a faint, metallic sound. A soft jingle. Jangle. Spurs? Who wore spurs anymore? Nobody around Rotstone, not since Grandpa's time, maybe even before that. It was a sound from old cowboy movies, from stories of the Wild West. It didn't belong here, not in our house, not tonight. Closer, closer, right outside my door. My bedroom door wasn't quite shut. It was open just a crack, enough for a sliver of moonlight from the hallway window to cut across my floor. I watched that sliver of light, mesmerized by terror. The footsteps stopped. Right there. The jangling stopped. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the door creaked open. Wider. Wider. The hinges groaned in protest, a horrible drawn-out sound that scraped against my nerves. Dust motes, tiny specks of nothing, danced like miniature ghosts in the beam of moonlight that now flooded the doorway. And standing there, filling the entire doorframe, silhouetted against the pale light from the hall, was a man. He was tall. Impossibly tall, it seemed from my hiding place. Broad shoulders stretched the fabric of some kind of long coat. He wore a cowboy hat, wide-brimmed and battered, pulled low over his brow so his face was completely lost in shadow. The coat, a long duster like you see in old westerns, brushed against the floorboards. All I could see clearly were his boots, worn leather, dusty, and the way the moonlight caught something silver hanging low on his hip, a gun belt, and the handle of a revolver, dark and menacing. My breath caught. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, hoping, praying this was a nightmare, that I'd open them and be back in my hot, sticky bed with the fan clicking. But when I opened them, he was still there. Real. Solid. Terrifyingly real. He didn't move for what felt like an eternity. Just stood there, a dark statue in the doorway, seeming to scan the room. Could he see me? Could he sense me hiding? The silence stretched, thin and tight, ready to snap. Then slowly, deliberately, he bent down. Not bending at the waist, but crouching, lowering his whole tall frame until he was closer to the floor. One hand, covered in a dark leather glove, reached out and brushed lightly across the floorboards near the edge of the bed. Searching, feeling. And then he spoke. His voice, it wasn't like any voice I'd ever heard. It was low, raspy, like stones grinding together, like dry leaves crumbling into dust and ashes. It was old, ancient sounding, but filled with a chilling certainty. "There you are, little one," the gravelly voice whispered, the sound slithering under the bed towards me. "Time to go." A pause, filled only by my frantic, silent gasps for air. "We've been waiting for you. A long, long while." Terror, absolute and complete, seized me. I tried to scream, opened my mouth, pushed with all my might, but nothing came out. Just a dry, choked gasp. My throat was locked tight. It was like the fear itself had stolen my voice. Before I could even try again, before I could think, his gloved hand shot under the bed frame. It clamped around my wrist like a vice. The leather felt freezing cold, unnaturally cold even through my thin pajama sleeve. A coldness that went straight to the bone. There was no hesitation, no struggle, just incredible strength. With a single, effortless yank, he pulled me out from under the bed, dragging me across the dusty floor into the open moonlight. I landed in a heap at his feet, tangled in my own limbs, gasping, finally managing a small, pathetic whimper. I looked up, desperately trying to see his face beneath the hat's shadow, but it remained hidden, a void of darkness. He didn't say another word, didn't look down at me. He just straightened up, his grip on my wrist unrelenting, and started pulling me towards the door. He pulled me down the hallway, my bare feet stumbling on the cool wood. My mind was reeling, numb with shock and terror. Where were Mom and Dad? What was happening? As we passed their bedroom door, I risked a glance. The door was wide open, swinging slightly back and forth on its hinges, creaking softly. Inside, it was black, pitch black, darker than it should have been, even at night. A heavy, wrong kind of darkness, and a smell, faint, coppery, metallic, like old pennies. Bile rose in my throat. I didn't want to know what was in that room. I wrenched my eyes away, letting him pull me faster towards the front of the house. Down the stairs we went, his heavy boots thudding on each step, the spurs jingling softly, mockingly. My feet barely touched the treads. We reached the front door, which stood wide open to the night. The thick, humid air hit my face, still smelling of hay and dust, but now it felt tainted, wrong. Outside, parked just beyond the porch steps, bathed in the eerie glow of the moon, stood something impossible. A horse-drawn carriage, not like any carriage I'd ever seen in pictures. This thing was ancient, black wood, weather-beaten and scarred, like it had seen centuries of storms. The wheels were tall and spoked, caked with mud that looked unnaturally dark. And the horses, oh God, the horses. There were two of them, harnessed to the carriage. They were black as night, but thin. Skeletal almost. Their ribs showed starkly under their dull coats. Their eyes weren't eyes at all, just deep, hollow sockets that seemed to absorb the moonlight. And mist, thick white mist that shouldn't exist on a hot summer night, puffed from their nostrils with each slow, silent breath. They stood perfectly still, like statues carved from shadow and bone. And waiting. Waiting beside the open door of the carriage were others, figures standing silently in the moonlight. There was a woman. Her dress was long and tattered, the color faded to a dirty gray. Her hair was dark and stringy, matted, and it seemed to float around her head as if she were underwater, though there wasn't a breath of wind. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and empty, staring forward, but seeing nothing. Beside her stood two boys, maybe a little older than me. They held hands tightly, their knuckles white. They wore simple, old-fashioned clothes, patched overalls, collarless shirts. Their faces were just as pale as the woman's, their expressions utterly blank, like porcelain dolls left out in the rain. And then there was a little girl, standing slightly apart. She wore a plain white bonnet that hid most of her face, tied neatly under her chin. She wasn't looking ahead like the others. She was staring straight at me. Her eyes, visible just under the brim of the bonnet, were dark and bottomless. Nobody spoke. Not the cowboy holding my wrist, not the figures by the carriage. There was just silence. A heavy, expectant silence. Like they were all waiting for me, like my arrival completed some grim picture. The air crackled with unspoken things, with old sorrows and chilling purpose. The cowboy didn't pause. He lifted me easily, like I weighed nothing at all, one arm scooping under my legs, the other supporting my back. His grip was still freezing cold through the leather. He swung me up and deposited me unceremoniously onto the carriage seat inside. It was dark in there, smelling faintly of dust and something else, something like old dried flowers and decay. The heavy carriage door slammed shut behind me with a loud, echoing thud. The sound felt final, trapped. Instantly, the skeletal horses outside reared up on their hind legs, their hollow eyes flashing briefly in the moonlight. They let out a sound that wasn't a whinny, more like a dry, rattling sigh. Then, with a lurch that threw me back against the worn seat cushion, the carriage plunged forward, wheels crunching on the gravel drive, pulling us away from my home, away from everything I knew, and into the suffocating darkness of the night. I scrambled to the window, pressing my face against the murky, age-streaked glass. I watched my house, our proud two-story ranch, shrink behind us. The porch light was still on, casting a lonely yellow glow. No other lights came on. No one came running out. Just silence. As the carriage rattled along the familiar dirt road leading back towards Rotstone proper, I watched the town come into view under the moonlight. But something was terribly wrong. This wasn't the Rotstone I knew. The houses we passed weren't neat and tidy. They were broken, dilapidated. Windows were smashed, dark holes gaping like empty eyes. Porches sagged, roofs were caved in, paint peeled away in long strips, revealing rotting wood underneath. It looked dead. Abandoned for decades. The fields beside the road weren't filled with golden hay or green crops. They were barren, choked with thick, thorny weeds and dry, crackling brush. The fences were broken down, posts leaning at crazy angles. The whole landscape looked sick, blighted. Rotstone looked like a ghost town, a place forgotten by time. We rolled past the old white church at the edge of town, but its tall, proud steeple wasn't pointing towards the sky anymore. It was broken clean in half, the top part lying shattered in the overgrown churchyard amongst tilted, weathered headstones. The bell tower was dark and silent. We clattered down Main Street. The general store, where Mom bought flour and I bought penny candy, wasn't there. In its place stood a blackened husk. Charred timbers clawed at the sky, the ghost of a building burned down long ago. The sign, miraculously still hanging, was scorched and barely readable. Past the sheriff's office, a place I'd only ever seen Deputy Miller sitting out front drinking coffee. Now, its door hung open, swaying gently. The sign above it, reading Sheriff, swung crookedly from just one rusty hinge, creaking rhythmically in a wind I couldn't feel inside the carriage. And everywhere I looked, there were figures, standing in the deep shadows of the ruined buildings, peering out from behind broken fences, gathered silently in the dusty street. They looked like the townspeople I knew, but faded, transparent almost, ghostly outlines in old-fashioned clothes, men in overalls, women in long dresses, children clutching worn toys. Their faces were pale, hollowed out, their eyes dark sockets. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just watched the carriage pass, their heads turning slowly, a silent, mournful audience to our grim procession. A low, murmuring sound seemed to rise from them, not words, just a soft, sighing hum, like the wind blowing through dead leaves. A cold dread washed over me, colder than the cowboy's glove. We weren't just driving through a ruined version of Rotstone. This was Rotstone, but not my Rotstone, not the Rotstone of today. The carriage, the horses, the clothes on the ghostly figures, the state of the buildings, it all felt old, terribly old. I realized with a sickening lurch in my stomach that we weren't just traveling through space. We were traveling back through time, plunging deep into the town's memory, into a past that was scarred and broken, into the heart of whatever secret shame my family carried, the shame that made people go quiet in the general store. We were going back to see what had been stolen from this place. The carriage finally slowed, the rattling wheels easing as we turned off the main road onto a rutted track I didn't recognize. It led towards the hills, the same golden hills I saw from my bedroom window every morning. But now, under the pale moonlight, they looked darker, more menacing. We bumped along for a few more minutes, the skeletal horses pulling steadily until we stopped. We stopped in front of what must have once been a ranch house, a big one, sprawling, judging by the footprint left on the earth. But there was almost nothing left of it now, just charred beams sticking up from the ground like blackened bones. Foundation stones lay scattered, covered in weeds. The faint, unmistakable smell of old smoke, cold ashes, and something else, something bitter and sad, still clung to the air, even after all these years. It smelled like tragedy. The carriage door creaked open. The cowboy stood there, silhouetted against the ruined landscape. He reached in, not grabbing me this time, just waiting. Hesitantly, my legs trembling, I slid off the seat and stepped out onto the dusty ground. He didn't pull me, just gestured with his head towards the center of the ruined yard. I was forced to walk forward, stumbling over unseen rocks and debris, until I stood in the middle of the desolation. The other figures, the woman, the two boys, the little girl in the bonnet, were already there, standing near the ghostly outline of where a porch might have been. They turned towards me as I approached, their empty eyes fixing on me. And then, before me, they fully appeared. Not just the family, but others too. More ghostly figures flickered into existence around the yard. Men with tools, women in aprons, children. The spectral inhabitants of this lost ranch. They formed a silent semicircle, watching me. The man who had taken me, the cowboy, stepped forward into the faint moonlight filtering through the clouds. Slowly, reverently, he removed his battered black hat, and I saw his face for the first time. It wasn't monstrous. It wasn't evil. It was worn. Deep lines were etched around his eyes and mouth, lines carved by grief and time. His hair was graying at the temples. His eyes, when they caught the light, weren't empty like the others. They were filled with a profound, shimmering sorrow. Tears tracked paths through the dust on his weathered cheeks. He looked heartbroken. The woman in the tattered dress drifted closer to stand beside him. Her face, too, was etched with sadness, her empty eyes somehow conveying loss. The two boys, still holding hands, looked at me, their blank expressions unchanging, but radiating a palpable sense of wrongness, of lives cut short. The little girl in the bonnet finally lowered her head slightly, so I could see her face more clearly. It was pale and small, her eyes vast pools of darkness that seemed to hold the night itself. They all stared at me, standing there in my pajamas, trembling in the ruins of their home. But there was no hatred in their gaze, no anger, no thirst for vengeance, not in the way you read about in scary stories. There was just sorrow, a deep ocean of sorrow, and that same quiet expectation I'd felt before, like they needed something from me. And then, it started, like lightning flashes behind my eyes. Images, sharp and brutal, flooded my mind. Not memories of my own, but someone else's. Flash. I saw riders on horseback, dark figures against a setting sun, guns held high. Their faces were hard, determined. Cruel laughter echoed, carried on the wind. They were riding towards this very ranch. Flash. I saw the cowboy, younger now, vibrant, standing on his porch, yelling, trying to reason with the riders. The woman beside him, clutching the two boys close. Fear stark on their faces. Flash, guns drawn, shouts, confusion turning to terror. And then, the first gunshot. Loud, ugly, tearing the evening air. Flash. I saw a face I recognized from the old faded photograph on our mantelpiece back home. A man with stern eyes and a thick mustache, my great-grandfather, Samuel Whitmore I. His face was grim, set. He raised his rifle, aimed carefully, and pulled the trigger. No hesitation, no remorse, just cold, hard calculation. Flash. Behind him, watching from horseback, another face from those old photos. A woman with her hair pulled back tight, her expression impassive, almost bored. My great-grandmother, Clara, watching the violence unfold as if observing a business transaction. Flash. Fire. Roaring, hungry flames licking at the wooden walls of the ranch house, spreading fast, orange light dancing against the dark sky. Flash. The family, The cowboy, the woman, the children, trapped inside, silhouetted against the blazing windows. Their screams, oh God, their screams, not like the one I heard tonight. These were screams of agony, of terror, of betrayal, swallowed by the roar of the fire. Flash. My great-grandfather and his men watching the house burn, satisfied smiles on some faces, others looking away, maybe sickened but saying nothing. They had what they came for, the land, the cattle, their greed satisfied by blood and fire. The vision stopped. The roaring in my ears faded, replaced by the soft, mournful sighing of the ghostly figures around me. The images burned behind my eyelids. The truth, ugly and raw, settled in my gut like a lead weight. My family, my respected, admired family. Their legacy wasn't built on hard work and honesty alone. It was built on murder, on theft, on the ashes of this family, standing spectral before me. The whispers in town, the awkward silences, the shame I couldn't name, it all made sense now. It was this horror, this crime. I couldn't stand. My knees buckled, and I collapsed into the dust and ashes of the ruined yard. Sobs tore through me, hot and painful. Not just tears of fear, but tears of shame, of guilt, of a sorrow so deep it felt like it would crack me open. The weight of generations pressed down on me. I'm sorry, I choked out between sobs, the words tasting like dust and grief. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. The cowboy stepped closer. He knelt beside me, not threateningly, but gently. His presence felt heavy, ancient. He reached out his gloved hand, the leather still unnaturally cold, and placed it softly on my shoulder. It wasn't a touch of anger or accusation. It was heavy, yes, but heavy with shared sorrow, with the burden of memory. His voice, still gravelly, was quieter now, filled with weariness. You didn't pull the trigger, boy, he whispered, his breath stirring the hair on my neck. You didn't light the fire. He paused, his gaze distant, lost in the past. But you carry the blood of those who did. He looked back at me, his sorrowful eyes meeting mine. And you carry the shame. Whether you knew it or not, it's always been there. He squeezed my shoulder gently. A debt unpaid, he murmured, his voice barely audible, like rustling leaves, rots the soul. Not just the soul of the one who owes it, but the land itself. It festers. It poisons. He let go of my shoulder and slowly stood up. One by one, the woman, the boys, the little girl, they turned away from me. They didn't vanish instantly. They began to walk, slowly, towards the mist that seemed to be gathering at the edges of the ruined yard, swirling gently as the first hint of dawn began to pale the eastern sky. They drifted into the grayness, their forms becoming fainter, less distinct, until they dissolved completely, melting into the coming morning. The other spectral figures faded with them, leaving only the charred timbers and the whispering wind. The cowboy was the last to leave. He stood for a moment, looking back at me kneeling in the dust. His expression was unreadable now, a mixture of infinite sadness and something else, maybe a flicker of hope. He reached up and slowly, respectfully, tipped the brim of his battered hat towards me. Let their memory be heavier than gold, son, he said, his voice carrying clearly in the stillness. Make it count. And then he turned and walked into the swirling mist. His form blurred, shimmered, and then he too was gone, leaving me alone in the ruins, the first rays of the rising sun painting the sky a bloody red over the dark, silent hills. I don't know how long I stayed there kneeling in the dirt. Eventually the shock wore off enough for me to stumble back to my feet. I looked around, the ruined ranch, the ghostly figures, the carriage, all gone. I was just there, in a dusty, overgrown patch of land near the hills. Then I blinked, shaking my head, trying to clear the fog, and I realized where I was. I was standing in the dirt outside my own house, sprawled on the ground near the porch steps, actually, like I'd fallen there. The sun was definitely rising now, casting long shadows across the yard. Our ranch house stood silent, solid, bathed in the early morning light. The white paint looked clean, the shutters hung straight. Everything looked exactly as it should, but everything was different. Inside me, everything had changed. The shame wasn't invisible anymore. It wasn't a vague, sticky feeling I couldn't understand. It was real. It pulsed under my skin, a heavy, sickening thrum, loud as a drum beat in the quiet morning. It tasted bitter in my mouth, the weight of what my bloodline had done, the horror I had witnessed, or maybe lived through. It felt crushing. I knew with absolute certainty it would never be lifted. It was part of me now, woven into the fabric of who I was, like the color of my eyes or the shape of my hands. But kneeling there, watching the sun climb higher, another feeling started to mingle with the shame. Resolve. The cowboy's last words echoed in my head. Make it count. I couldn't change the past. I couldn't undo the horrific actions of my great-grandfather. But I wouldn't hide from it anymore. I wouldn't pretend ignorance. I wouldn't let the silence continue. From that day forward, things changed. Not overnight, not magically, but they changed. I couldn't look at my parents the same way, though I never told them what I saw. How could I? But the easy respect, the perfect image, it was shattered. I saw the strain behind my mother's smile, the weariness in my father's eyes. Were they haunted too? Did they know the whole truth? Or just feel the edges of it, like I used to? I never found out. But I started asking questions, carefully, reading old town records down at the dusty courthouse archives during summer breaks, looking for mentions of the family who lived here before the Whitmores, trying to piece together their story, give them back their names. I started spending time out on the land, not just working it, but walking it, feeling it, trying to understand its sorrow. I'd find myself drawn to that spot near the hills, the place where the ruins had stood in my vision. There was nothing there, of course, just grass and wildflowers. But sometimes the air felt colder there, sadder. I started talking, not about ghosts or carriages. People would think I was crazy. But talking about the history, the real history, gently correcting the sanitized versions told at town gatherings, mentioning the families who were displaced, the struggles, the hardships that got glossed over in favor of pioneer pride. People looked at me strangely. Some got angry. Some just looked uncomfortable, like I was breaking an unspoken rule. The old men on the bench stopped nodding when I walked by. The silence in the general store got thicker sometimes, but I kept doing it, because their memory was heavier than gold. The memory of the cowboy with sorrow in his eyes, the woman floating like she was underwater, the boys holding hands, the little girl in the bonnet staring at me from the carriage. Their stolen lives mattered. The town didn't change overnight either. Rotstone still holds its secrets close. The shame still lingers, a faint scent on the wind. But it's not quite as hidden anymore. Maybe, just maybe, starting to heal, little by little. The black carriage never came back. I never saw the skeletal horses or the ghostly family again. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind blows just right from those craggy golden hills, rustling the leaves outside my window, I swear I hear it. Faint, almost imaginary, the soft metallic jangle of spurs on the breeze, and a whisper, low and gravelly, like stones grinding together, echoing the cowboy's last words. Make it count. And I try. Every single day I try. You know, sometimes you run so hard from your own life, you end up running right into something worse. That's how I felt the first time I saw Holcomb. It wasn't really a town you could see clearly, not at first. It was all wrapped up in this thick, wet mist, like the whole place was holding its breath under a heavy gray blanket. The houses looked old, tired, wood warped, paint peeling, roofs sagging a bit. They huddled close together along these crooked little streets, like they were whispering secrets or maybe just trying to hold each other up. It felt empty, not just quiet, but properly deserted. You got the feeling folks didn't just pass through Hulken. You had to have a reason, maybe even an invitation. And thinking back, I guess I did. Just a week before, this letter showed up. Not in the regular mail pile, mind you. This thing was different. Heavy paper, kind of yellowed like it had been sitting in someone's attic for 100 years. Sealed with this blob of dark red wax, the kind you see in old movies. It said I'd inherited a place called the Charlton Estate, from a great aunt I didn't even know existed, Margaret Cerna. Never heard the name before in my life. The letter didn't give much away, mostly just official-sounding stuff, but there was this one line near the end that stuck with me, gave me a weird little shiver. It said, "It is time for the bloodline to reckon with its reflection." Cryptic, right? Sounded like something out of a spooky book. But honestly, I didn't have much else going on. My life felt like a pile of scrap wood I couldn't figure out how to build anything with. My painting career, the thing I'd poured my whole heart into, yeah, that had crashed and burned spectacularly. Galleries weren't interested. Critics called my work derivative. Polite code for crap, basically. And relationships? Let's just say I wasn't exactly batting 1,000 there either. More like striking out looking. Felt like everyone I got close to eventually saw the mess I really was and backed away slowly. So, yeah, running away to some forgotten town and a creepy old house didn't sound half bad. Maybe it was a chance to start over, disappear for a bit. What did I have to lose? Standing there, though, at the edge of Hulken, staring up at this massive, dark shape, barely visible through the fog. I started thinking maybe I had everything to lose. The Charlton Estate wasn't just a house. It was huge. A mansion, really, but like the ghost of one. Perched on a hill overlooking the town, like it was watching. Ivy crawled all over the stone walls, thick and tangled like dead veins. Windows were smashed out, looking like empty eye sockets, or maybe missing teeth in a skull. It looked dead, honestly, rotting. But there was something else, too. Something underneath the decay. A kind of sad beauty, maybe? Like you could almost see what it used to be, grand, proud. It pulled at me, in a way I couldn't quite explain. Not welcoming exactly, but magnetic. Like a dark star pulling space junk into its orbit. That was me. Space junk. I walked up the overgrown path, leaves crunching wetly under my worn-out boots. The air was damp and smelled like old earth and rain. Reached the front door. Massive thing, dark wood, studded with iron bolts. I hesitated, hand hovering over the cold metal handle, and then, before I even touched it, the door just groaned open. Slow, heavy creak echoing in the silence. Nobody there, just darkness inside. "Well," I muttered, trying to sound tougher than I felt, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Welcome home, I guess." Stepping inside was like stepping into a photograph from another century. The air was thick, heavy with the smell of dust and something else. Something vaguely floral but old, like dried-out potpourri left forgotten for decades. Sunlight struggled to get through the grimy windows, cutting dusty golden beams through the gloom. Everything was covered in a thick layer of gray fuzz, but underneath, wow. It was like time had just stopped. Huge, heavy furniture, dark oak tables polished smooth by years long gone, chairs with faded velvet cushions that probably cost a fortune once. Thick drapes, moth-eaten in places, hung by the tall windows, and the walls. They were covered in portraits. Stern-looking men with stiff collars, serious women in dark dresses. Their eyes seemed to follow me as I moved. It was creepy, but also kind of amazing, like a museum nobody ever visited. I wandered through a few rooms on the ground floor, a library with empty shelves, a dining room with a table long enough to seat 20 ghosts. Then I found the grand parlor, and that's where I saw it. In the center of the room, taking up almost an entire wall, was this enormous canvas, huge, framed in this ridiculously ornate gold frame, all swirls and carvings, but tarnished now, dull like old brass. The painting itself was hidden, covered by a big sheet of black cloth, dusty and riddled with tiny holes like moths had been feasting on it for years. Even hidden, there was something about it, a presence, like the whole room was holding its breath, waiting for the sheet to be pulled away. It felt important. It whispered to me, not with sound, but with a feeling, a pull, stronger than the house itself. But I wasn't ready, not yet. Felt like pulling that sheet off was crossing some kind of line I couldn't uncross. So I backed away, decided to check out the upstairs first. Find a bedroom that didn't feel like it belonged to someone who died 100 years ago. Plenty of time to deal with the creepy giant painting later. Right? Finding a tolerable bedroom wasn't easy. Most were filled with more ancient furniture draped in white sheets, looking like lumpy ghosts in the dim light. I finally settled on one at the end of a long hallway. It was smaller, simpler, with a sturdy-looking bed and a window that wasn't broken, overlooking the misty tangle of the back garden. I threw my duffel bag on the floor, brushed a thick layer of dust off the mattress, and decided it would have to do. Exhaustion hit me then, deep in my bones. The drive, the weird town, the creepy house, it all caught up. I didn't even bother trying to find sheets, just collapsed onto the bare mattress, hoping sleep would be a better escape than Hulkun. Sleep didn't come easy, though, not that first night. The house, it wasn't quiet. Old houses never are, I guess. They settle, they groan. Floorboards creak like knuckles cracking. The wind whistles through gaps you can't even see. I told myself that's all it was, normal old house sounds. But lying there in the dark, staring up at the ceiling I couldn't really see, I felt watched. Not just by the portraits downstairs. This felt different, closer. Like the house itself had eyes. The air felt thick, expectant. And then, in that deep, dead quiet between the slow, heavy tick-tock of some grandfather clock downstairs, I heard it. So faint, I almost missed it. Almost convinced myself I imagined it. Eli. Just that. My name. Breathed out, like a sigh carrying on the dusty air. My heart jumped into my throat. Sounded like it came from right beside the bed. I sat bolt upright, faster than I thought I could move. My breath hitched. Listened. Hard. Nothing. Just the wind moaning softly outside the window. The steady tick-tock from downstairs. The frantic thump of my own pulse in my ears. The room was empty. Dark shapes of furniture. The pale rectangle of the window. Nothing else. Just the house, I whispered to the darkness, my voice tight. Just the house settling. Or maybe I'm just losing it. The stress, the lack of sleep, the creepy vibe of the place. It had to be that. My imagination running wild, feeding on the atmosphere. I forced myself to lie back down, pulling the thin, dusty blanket I'd found in a closet tighter around me, even though it wasn't cold. But I didn't really sleep. Just drifted in that weird state between awake and dreaming, where every creak sounds like a footstep, every shadow looks like a figure. The next night, it happened again. Same time, that dead hour when the world feels asleep. The silence deepened, the clock ticked, and then... Eli. A little clearer this time. Still soft, still a whisper, but closer. Like someone was standing just outside the bedroom door. I didn't sit up this time. Just squeezed my eyes shut, pretending I hadn't heard it. Told myself it was the wind, a draft, anything but what it sounded like. But the fear was cold inside me, a knot tightening in my gut. Night 3. Same thing. The whisper seemed to curl around my name, lingering in the air for a second longer. It felt less like a sigh now, more like a call, an invitation. By the 4th day, I was a wreck. Jumpier than a cat on caffeine. Couldn't focus. Kept looking over my shoulder, even in broad daylight. The silence of the house felt heavy, charged, and that big, covered painting in the parlor, it seemed to loom larger in my mind. That pull I'd felt? It was stronger now, almost constant. A nagging itch I couldn't scratch. I tried to ignore it. Tried tidying up a bit, exploring dusty corners, pretending I was settling in. But it was no good. The painting called to me. Maybe the whisper came from there. Maybe whatever was hidden under that sheet was the source of the unease, the voice in the night. I found myself standing in the parlor again, staring at the huge, dark rectangle. The air around it felt different, colder, heavier. My hand trembled slightly as I reached out. The black cloth felt brittle, ancient, Dust puffed up as my fingers brushed against it. There was no dramatic music, no sudden gust of wind. Just me, the silent house, and the dust motes dancing in the weak afternoon light slanting through the grimy windows. I took a breath, grabbed a corner of the sheet, and pulled. The cloth came away with a soft tearing sound, falling in a heap on the floor, releasing another cloud of dust. And I saw it. The painting. It stopped my breath. It was incredible and terrifying. It showed a woman sitting in a big, throne-like chair, the kind you see in castles. She was dressed all in black. Heavy, dark fabric, like she was in mourning. Lace at her throat, tight sleeves. Her hands rested in her lap, pale against the black dress. Long, slender fingers. Her face. Most of it was hidden in shadow, like the light source in the painting was coming from the side, catching one cheekbone, the curve of her lips, but leaving the rest obscured. Pale skin, dark hair pulled back severely. She wasn't smiling. Her expression was hard to read. Sad, resigned, angry. Maybe all of them. But her eyes, oh God, her eyes. They were the only part of her face fully lit, fully detailed. And they were painted with a skill that made my failed artist's heart ache with envy and dread. They looked real, deep, dark, and filled with an intelligence, a life, that shouldn't be possible with just paint on canvas. And they were looking right at me. No, not at me. Into me. Like they could see every pathetic failure, every stupid regret, every bit of loneliness I carried around. They watched. I couldn't look away. Stood there frozen, feeling pinned by that painted gaze. It felt like minutes passed. The dust settled. The clock ticked downstairs. Then, slowly, the rational part of my brain started working again. Margaret Cerna? My great-aunt? Was this her? The woman who left me this house? Maybe. She looked stern, unforgiving, but something was wrong, beyond the creepy, lifelike eyes. Something about the painting itself. I took a step closer, squinting. The details, they seemed unstable. I focused on the background, behind the chair. It was dark, indistinct shapes, suggesting a room, maybe this very parlor. But as I watched, I could have sworn the shadows deepened, flowed like dark water, swallowing the vague shapes. I blinked, shook my head. Tricks of the light, maybe? Old paint? Then I looked at her hands, resting in her lap. I stared, trying to memorize the position of her fingers. Then I forced myself to look away, up at the ceiling, counted to 5, and looked back. Her left hand. Wasn't it slightly different? The fingers seemed more curled, just a fraction, but different. My skin prickled. This was impossible. Paintings don't move. I backed away slowly, heart hammering against my ribs again. My eyes darted back to her face, half hidden in shadow. And that's when the real horror hit me. Because the face, the part I could see, it didn't look quite the same as it did a few minutes ago. The line of the jaw, the shape of the cheekbone, it seemed subtly altered, sharper maybe, and chillingly, terrifyingly. It looked less like the severe woman I first saw, and more like me. Just a hint, a suggestion. But it was there, in the set of the mouth, the shadow under the cheekbone. It was like my reflection was starting to surface from beneath the paint. I turned and practically ran out of the parlor, stumbling over the discarded black sheet in my haste. I needed to get out of the house, breathe air that wasn't thick with dust and secrets. The town of Hulken wasn't much livelier by daylight, but at least it wasn't the house. Mist still clung in the low spots, but the sun tried its best to peek through the clouds. The few people I saw on the street, mostly older folks, bundled up even though it wasn't that cold, just stared as I walked past. Not friendly stares, more like wary, assessing glances, like they knew who I was, or at least what I was, the new occupant of the Cerna place. I found the town library tucked away on a side street. It was small, smelled comfortingly of old paper and wood polish. A tiny bell jingled when I opened the door. Behind a high counter sat an old man, thin and hunched, with wispy white hair and thick glasses perched on his nose. He looked up slowly, his eyes magnified by the lenses. "Can I help you?" His voice was dry, raspy, like rustling leaves. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "I'm looking for information about local history, specifically the Cerna family, and Margaret Cerna." The old man's eyes narrowed behind the glasses. He pushed them further up his nose and peered at me more closely. A flicker of something, recognition, fear, crossed his face. He didn't say anything for a long moment, just studied me. Finally he sighed, a long, weary sound. "You're one of them, then," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It wasn't really a question. "One of who?" I frowned, confused. "The Cernas," he breathed, leaning forward slightly over the counter. His eyes darted towards the library windows, as if checking if anyone was listening. "Or the Cernas, Turners. It's all the same blood, isn't it? Cursed family. Always has been." "Cursed." I tried to keep the skepticism out of my voice, but it probably failed. This sounded like something out of a cheap novel. "Aye, cursed," he insisted, nodding gravely. "Damned by their own pride, their vanity." He lowered his voice even more. Margaret Cerna. She was the last one here, the last one who tried to fight it." He gestured for me to come closer, and I leaned in, suddenly very interested despite myself. This felt realer than I wanted it to. "Mr. Alcott," he introduced himself, holding out a thin, papery hand. "Town historian, such as it is." "Eli Turner," I replied, shaking his hand briefly. "So, what is this curse? And what did Margaret try to fight?" Mr. Alcott settled back on his stool, adjusting his glasses again. "The stories go back generations," he began, his voice taking on a storyteller's cadence. "The Cernas, they were always obsessed with two things, their wealth and their looks. Terrified of losing either. Especially terrified of aging, of fading away." He paused, letting the words hang in the dusty air. "So, the legend goes, they made a pact, long ago, with, well, the stories differ. Some say it was dark magic, some say something older, something tied to the land itself, but the result was the same. They found a way, a terrible way, to preserve themselves." "How?" I asked, my throat dry. "Portraits," Alcott whispered, his magnified eyes wide. "They learned to trap a piece of themselves, a fragment of their soul, their essence, inside specially prepared portraits. As long as the painting existed, they believed a part of them would too. They wouldn't truly die. Their beauty, their vitality, captured forever on canvas." My mind flashed back to the painting in the parlor, the lifelike eyes, the shifting details. "But there's always a price, isn't there?" Alcott continued grimly. "Magic like that, it twists. The portraits, they didn't just hold the essence. Over time they got hungry." "Hungry?" "Hungry for life, for connection. They weren't content just being reflections. They started to draw things in. First, just the attention of the living family members. Then, more." He shivered, despite the stuffy library air. People close to the family started disappearing, or changing, losing themselves. And the paintings, they seemed to grow stronger, more vibrant. "And Margaret?" I prompted, leaning closer still. "Margaret saw what was happening," Alcott said, his voice filled with a weary sadness. "She inherited the house, the last of the direct line living here. She saw the darkness gathering. She tried to break the cycle, especially with the last portrait, the most powerful one, her own." My blood ran cold. Her own portrait, the woman in black. "She tried to contain it," Alcott explained. "Locked herself away in that house for years, tried rituals, protections, anything she could find in the old family books. Finally, she sealed the portrait away, covered it up, hoping to starve it, weaken it. She thought maybe, just maybe, if no one looked at it, if no blood relative came near it, its power would fade." He looked me straight in the eye, his gaze heavy. But now you're here. Cerna blood, Turner blood. It's all connected. And you uncovered it, didn't you? I just nodded, unable to speak. It's waking up again, Alcott said, his voice barely audible. And it's hungry. I left the library feeling like I had weights tied to my feet. The misty streets of Hulken seemed darker now, the shuttered windows of the houses like judging eyes. Alcott's words echoed in my head. Trapped souls. Hungry paintings. It's waking up again. It wasn't just a creepy old house. It was a prison, a trap, and I'd just sprung it. Back in the Cerna mansion, the silence felt different. Not empty, but waiting. Charged. I avoided the parlor, couldn't bring myself to go near that painting again, not yet. Instead, I felt a sudden urge to find something, anything, left behind by Margaret herself. Some proof, some explanation beyond the town historian's spooky legends. Alcott mentioned she tried to fight it, tried rituals. Where would she have worked? Where would she have hidden her thoughts? The library seemed too obvious. Her bedroom? Maybe. But my gut pulled me back towards the parlor, towards the source of the trouble. The fireplace dominated one wall of the parlor, opposite the painting. It was huge, black marble, cold and imposing even without a fire. I ran my hands over the mantelpiece, dusty and cool. Looked inside the hearth, filled with old ashes. Nothing. Then I noticed it. One of the stones on the side of the fireplace surround looked looser than the others. Just slightly out of alignment. Heart pounding a little faster now, I pushed at it gently. It wobbled. I wedged my fingers into the crack around it and pulled. The stone came away easily, surprisingly light. Behind it was a dark cavity, just big enough to hold something small. And inside, nestled in the darkness, was a book. Not a printed book. A journal. Leather-bound, worn smooth with handling. No title on the cover. I reached in and pulled it out, my fingers trembling slightly. Dust puffed from its pages as I opened it. The handwriting inside was spidery, elegant at first, but growing increasingly jagged and frantic as the pages turned. It was Margaret Cerna's journal. I sank onto the nearest dusty armchair, ignoring the cloud of particles that rose around me, and started to read. October 12th. The house groans tonight. Or perhaps it is only my own fear echoing in these empty halls. Father always said the portraits were our legacy, our immortality. I begin to suspect they are our cage. November 3rd. I uncovered Father's portrait today, hidden in the attic. His eyes, they are too bright, too aware. He looks younger than when he died. Healthier. It is wrong. December 1st. The whispers have started. Faint, like the rustle of silk. Calling my name from the canvas. It says, it knows my thoughts, my loneliness. The entries became shorter, more desperate. January 19th. It promises things. Such beautiful things. It showed me visions. Grand balls, suitors, laughter. The life I never had. Shut away in this house. It says it can give it all back. February 5th. It lies. I saw Aunt Alara's portrait today. Her painted eyes wept. The figure in my own portrait. It smiled. It feeds on our desires, twists them. March 10th. It grows stronger. I feel it pulling at me, even when I'm in other rooms. It wants connection. It wants to merge. It says we can be beautiful together, forever. April 2nd. Every Cerna who truly listened, who truly looked, who believed the promises, they faded, became less themselves, and the portraits grew more vivid. They don't just trap a fragment, they consume the whole. May 15th. I have begun the containment, using the old ways Father dismissed as superstition. It fights me, the house fights me, walls bleed dampness, objects move. June 1st. I cannot destroy it. It is part of me now, part of the bloodline, but I can try to seal it, to blind it. Today I covered the canvas, locked it away in the parlor. May it sleep. May it starve. June 10th. The whispers are fainter now, but they are not gone. It waits. It is patient. It waits for blood, for a Serna eye to look upon it again, for someone weak enough, lonely enough to listen. God help whoever comes after me. The last entry was dated nearly 50 years ago. I closed the journal slowly, the leather cool against my clammy hands. Alcott hadn't been telling ghost stories. It was real. All of it. The pact, the hungry painting, Margaret's desperate fight, and I, Eli Turner, the broken painter, the lonely fool running from his life, had walked right in. I had looked. I had listened. Just as that thought solidified, a low groan echoed through the house. Not the settling creak of old wood this time. This was deeper, angrier. The floor beneath my feet seemed to vibrate faintly. Then I saw it. On the wall opposite the fireplace, dark stains began to appear, like water damage, but black, oily, spreading slowly downwards from the ceiling molding, like the house itself was weeping thick black tears. A sound came from the painting behind me, a soft tap, tap, tap. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat. The painting. It was uncovered again. The black sheet lay pooled on the floor where I'd left it, and the figure in the chair, her pale hand was no longer resting in her lap. It was raised, fingers tapping rhythmically against the inside of the tarnished gold frame. And the face. Oh God, the face. It wasn't Margaret's anymore. Not entirely. The shadows still clung to it, but the features emerging were sharper, more defined. It was undeniably my face now, superimposed onto the woman's form, looking back at me with those terrifyingly alive eyes. My eyes, but filled with an ancient, knowing hunger. Eli. The voice wasn't a whisper anymore. It came from the painting, rich, smooth, like velvet, and disturbingly, terrifyingly, familiar. It was my own voice, but deeper, more confident, more seductive. You're so tired, Eli, the painting me sighed. So broken, so alone. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, just stared, mesmerized and horrified. They never understood your art, the voice continued, soft, persuasive. They mocked you, dismissed you. But I understand. We understand. The artist's soul needs to create, needs to be seen, needs to last. The painted eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Think of it, Eli. No more rejection, no more failure. Just creation, endless creation, worlds born from your brush, more real than this drab reality. You could paint forever, capture beauty that never fades. It paused, letting the temptation sink in. And you would never be alone again, it whispered. We would be together, ageless, timeless, safe within the canvas. No more pain, no more regret, just peace, beauty, eternity. All I had to do, the voice purred, was step closer. Reach out, accept the gift, become part of the masterpiece. For a moment, just a heartbeat, I swayed. The offer. It hit every raw nerve, every insecurity, every deep longing I carried. A world without failure, without loneliness, where my art mattered, where I mattered, where I could just paint. Forever? It was everything I thought I wanted. Tears welled in my eyes, blurring the already nightmarish image on the canvas. The broken parts of me screamed yes. But then, through the seductive haze, I saw Margaret's face again. Not the painted version, but the image conjured by her journal. A woman fighting desperately against this beautiful, deadly lie. A woman who chose isolation, who chose to fight rather than be consumed. Her life wasted, yes, but wasted in defiance, not surrender. And I thought of the other Cernas Alcott mentioned, fading away, becoming whispers in a frame. Was that peace, or just oblivion? A gilded cage? The painting me smiled, a slow, knowing curve of lips that were mine but not mine. It saw my hesitation. It leaned forward slightly within the frame, its expression shifting to one of gentle pity. It's all right, Eli. It's hard to let go of the old hurts, but you don't have to carry them anymore. Come home. Home. The word echoed the bitter joke I'd made when the door creaked open. This wasn't home. This was a trap. A surge of something hot and fierce rose up in my chest, drowning out the seductive whispers. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was anger. Rage against this thing that preyed on weakness, that offered poisoned dreams. Grief for Margaret, for all the others trapped by this beautiful lie. And maybe, just maybe, a flicker of defiance for myself. "No," I choked out, the word ragged. The smile on the painting faded slightly. The eyes hardened. "Don't be foolish, Eli. This is your only chance." "Get out of my head," I yelled, the sound echoing strangely loud in the big room. With a cry that felt torn from my very soul, a mix of rage and grief and terror, I lunged towards the fireplace. My hand closed around the heavy iron poker resting against the hearth, its handle cool and solid. I turned back to the painting, poker held high. The face on the canvas, my face, watched me, its expression now one of startled fury. "You can't," it hissed, the voice losing its velvet smoothness, becoming thin and sharp. "Watch me!" I screamed and swung the poker with all my might. The heavy iron head smashed into the center of the canvas, right into the distorted image of my own face. There was a sound like tearing fabric, amplified 100 times, but underneath it, something else. A shriek, high-pitched, inhuman, filled with agony and rage. It didn't come from the painting. It filled the entire house, vibrating through the floor, the walls, my bones. The house convulsed, floorboards buckled beneath my feet. The dark stains on the walls seemed to writhe and spread like spilt ink. Plaster rained down from the ceiling. The giant chandelier swayed violently, crystals tinkling like frantic, terrified bells. Windows didn't just shatter, they exploded outwards, spraying glass into the misty yard. I yanked the poker back, tearing a bigger hole in the canvas. And through the rip, I didn't see the wall behind it. I saw flames, swirling colors, like oil on water, but burning hot, and faces, distorted, screaming faces swirling within the fire. The image on the canvas began to burn from the edges of the tear I'd made. First, the mocking reflection of my face contorted in agony, then dissolved into smoke and ash. Then the figure of the woman in black seemed to shrivel, curling inwards like burning paper. The grand chair, the shadowy background, all consumed by an unnatural fire that blazed only on the canvas itself. The shriek intensified, tearing at my ears, then abruptly cut off as the last image vanished. Only the ornate gold frame remained, scorched and empty, surrounding a rectangle of fiercely burning canvas that quickly crumbled into glowing embers, and then nothing. Just a gaping hole where the painting had been. The house gave one last violent shudder, a deep groan rumbling up from its foundations. Then, an eerie silence fell, broken only by the crackle of small fires that had started where burning embers from the canvas landed on the dry, dusty floor and furniture. Smoke filled the parlor, thick and acrid. Flames licked at the edges of the ruined drapes, climbed up an antique wooden chair. The whole place was going up. I staggered back, coughing, eyes stinging. The poker felt heavy, useless in my hand. I dropped it with a clang. Need to get out. Now I stumbled out of the parlor, through the dust and smoke-filled hallway, towards the front door that still hung open from my arrival. Behind me, the roar of the fire grew louder, fiercer. The heat pressed against my back. Bursting out into the damp, pre-dawn air felt like surfacing from underwater. I gasped, filling my lungs with cool, misty air that smelled of rain and wood smoke now. My own wood smoke. I didn't stop. Ran down the overgrown path, stumbling on roots, not looking back until I reached the edge of the Cerna property, near the road leading back down to Hulcon. Only then did I turn. The Charlton estate was engulfed in flames. Fire raged through the shattered windows, orange tongues licking up the ivy-covered stone walls. The roof was starting to collapse inwards, sending showers of sparks flying up into the misty gray sky. It burned with an unnatural speed, an intensity that spoke of more than just old wood catching fire. It was like the house itself was immolating, consuming itself in a final, furious act. Down in the town, lights flickered on in a few windows. Figures emerged hesitantly onto porches. The few residents of Hulcon stood there in the dim morning light, wrapped in coats or blankets, just watching. watching the cursed house on the hill burn to the ground. No one called for help. No fire engine wailed in the distance. They just watched, silent and still, their faces unreadable in the flickering firelight. Maybe they saw it not as a disaster, but as a liberation, an ending. As the first rays of dawn painted the smoky sky with streaks of pale pink and orange, I stood there, shivering slightly, covered in soot and grime, smelling of smoke. The anger and terror were fading, replaced by a profound, bone-deep exhaustion, but underneath it all, something else stirred. A lightness I hadn't felt in years, the weight of my past failures, the suffocating loneliness, the gnawing self-doubt. It felt lessened, burned away maybe, along with the house and the painting. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt free. The curse was broken. The house was gone. The reflection was shattered. Freedom, though. It's a funny thing. Sometimes it leaves an echo. Months passed. I didn't stay in Holcomb, obviously. Went back to the city, found a small, cheap apartment. Just enough space for me, a bed, and my easel. Because I started painting again. Couldn't help myself. It was like something had been unblocked inside me during that fiery night. The work was different now. Still flawed, maybe, still searching. But honest. I painted what I felt, what I remembered. Dark landscapes under heavy skies, empty rooms filled with shadows, and portraits. Lots of portraits. Trying to capture something real in people's eyes. Not the terrifying imitation of life I'd seen in Margaret's canvas. Life settled into a quiet routine. Work a dead-end job during the day to pay rent, paint at night. It wasn't the dream I'd once chased, but it was mine. Simple, quiet, safe, or so I thought. One night, it was raining, soft drumming against the single window of my apartment. I was working late, hunched over a new canvas under the weak glow of my desk lamp. Another portrait. Just some anonymous face I was trying to capture from memory, or maybe imagination. I leaned back, stretching my stiff shoulders, and looked at the painting, and a little chill, cold and familiar, traced its way down my spine. Something was off. The face staring back at me from the canvas. It wasn't quite what I thought I'd been painting. The expression seemed subtly different than it was an hour ago. Harder, colder, and the eyes. They were just paint, dabs of pigment on canvas, but they looked too sharp, too focused, too knowing. My breath caught in my throat. No, it was just the lamplight, shadows playing tricks. My own tired mind projecting things after what happened in Holcomb. It had to be. Then, from somewhere deep in the quiet darkness of my small apartment, behind me, a sound slithered through the air. So soft, barely there, almost lost in the patter of the rain. A whisper, velvet smooth, terrifyingly familiar. "We are not done with you yet." The paintbrush slipped from my numb fingers, clattering onto the wooden floor. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, suffocating silence. Slowly, I turned around. The room was empty. Just shadows, the rain-streaked window, my messy table. Nothing there. My gaze snapped back to the easel. The painting stared back at me. And I swear the lips on the canvas curled, just slightly, into the faintest, most knowing smile. You know, it's funny how things start. Not funny, haha, but funny strange. Like how a tiny little crack in a dam can end up flooding a whole town. My flood started with boredom, plain and simple. I never ever thought curiosity could cost me, well, everything. Cost me. This whole mess kicked off about 2 years back. I was living in this shoebox apartment over in Queens. You could probably fit the whole place inside a decent-sized walk-in closet. It wasn't much, just 4 walls that always seemed too close together, smelling faintly of old paperbacks I never read, and coffee I always managed to burn just a little. It was dim, cluttered, felt like a cave sometimes, but it was mine, I guess. I lived alone. Didn't have a cat, didn't have a plant that survived more than a week. Just me and the rumble of the subway passing underneath now and then, shaking the cheap particle board furniture. During the day, I had this soul-crushing job doing tech support. You know the type, telling folks to turn their computers off and on again 50 times a day while trying not to sound like I wanted to jump out the window. Smile and dial, they called it. More like grit your teeth and die a little inside. Nights were different, nights were mine, but they were long, stretching out like endless black roads. I didn't have many friends, not real ones anyway. So, I'd end up hunched over my beat-up laptop, screen glaring back at me in the dark, just looking, roaming those weird hidden corners of the internet, clicking on links I probably shouldn't have. I wasn't looking for anything specific, really. Just something. Something to break the monotony, something to make my pulse jump, something to feel real in a life that felt increasingly like faded wallpaper. I wasn't exactly a newbie when it came to the sketchy parts of the web. I knew my way around Tor browsers, knew how to bounce my signal through a chain of VPNs so complicated it probably ended up on the moon. I wasn't dumb, you know? I'd seen the so-called dark web everyone whispers about. Mostly it was just junk. People trying to sell stolen credit cards that didn't work, wannabe hackers bragging about stuff they never did, weirdos posting manifestos no one read. Honestly, it was mostly boring. Pathetic even. But I kept digging. Deeper, past the usual grime. Because deep down there was this itch, this whisper that told me there had to be something else out there. Something true. Something genuinely hidden. Something with teeth. And then, one night, hunched over the keyboard, eyes gritty from lack of sleep, fueled by stale coffee and restlessness, I found it. Or maybe looking back, maybe it found me. It wasn't like some flashy banner ad. It started quietly, on this weird, anonymous forum I'd stumbled onto called WhisperNet. It wasn't even really a forum, just a black screen, totally black, with a single green cursor blinking patiently in the top left corner, like it was waiting. Then a message appeared. No username attached at first, just the text. But later, I saw the tag, Null Hand. The message was short, chillingly simple. Invitation only, auction of the lost, 1 a.m. EST, click here to attend. Except there wasn't a link you could just click. Below the text was just code. Lines and lines of dense, encrypted symbols that made my head swim just looking at them. It wasn't a hyperlink. It was a puzzle. Layers upon layers you had to manually peel back, decrypt, understand. My fingers started moving before my brain even gave the order. It was the weirdest feeling, like watching someone else type, using my hands. The code unfolded, sequence by sequence, like unlocking a series of bizarre digital locks. My heart started doing this weird thump 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 against my ribs, a nervous drumbeat in the quiet room. Part of me, the sensible part that still paid bills and showed up for the tech support gig, was screaming, "Close it! Shut it down! Go to sleep!" But I couldn't. It was like being hooked by an invisible line, reeled in towards something unknown. The thrill, the danger, the sheer weirdness of it. It was exactly what that bored, empty part of me had been craving. Finally, after what felt like forever, the last layer of code cracked. The screen flickered, went black for a second, and then a new page loaded. My breath hitched in my throat. All the air seemed to get sucked out of my little apartment. It was just a countdown timer, stark naked on the black page, big, blocky red numbers ticking down the seconds with relentless precision. Underneath the timer, just one sentence, in cold, white letters that seemed to burn into the screen. Bid wisely. You never know what you'll lose. Okay, that should have been it. That should have been the giant, flashing neon red flag that made me slam the laptop shut, throw it against the wall, maybe even run screaming into the night. Any normal person would have noped right out of there. But I wasn't feeling normal. I was feeling mesmerized. That cold electric tingle was back, crawling up my spine, prickling the hairs on my arms. It was fear, yeah, but it was mixed with this powerful, undeniable curiosity. What was this? What were they auctioning? Lost treasures? Forbidden knowledge? What could you possibly lose by bidding? I stayed, glued to the screen. watching the numbers drop. 1 o'clock in the morning, the witching hour, right? The page didn't just refresh, it dissolved. The timer vanished. The black background bled away, replaced by something impossible. A live feed flickered into existence. But it wasn't like any video feed I'd ever seen. No camera grain, no buffering. It looked hyper-real, almost like stepping into some kind of surreal, high-definition video game, but built from shadows and nightmares. I saw this enormous, cavernous hall, vast, empty, stretching into impossible darkness at the edges. The architecture was all wrong, angles that shouldn't exist, surfaces that seemed to shimmer like oil on water. Floating in the immense space were these smooth obsidian platforms, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, arranged in staggered tiers. They hung there in the void, unmoving, unnerving, and on each platform, bathed in a single cold spotlight from some unseen source above, was an object. Weird stuff, mundane, yet deeply unsettling. I saw a single scuffed child's sneaker, lace untied, a hand mirror, the glass spiderwebbed with cracks, a bouquet of flowers, withered and brown, petals like dried blood, a faded photograph in a tarnished silver frame, the faces blurred beyond recognition, a rusty key, a single perfect white feather. Each object, each platform, had a number hovering beneath it in faint glowing digits, and below the number, bids were flashing, numbers followed by strange symbols I didn't recognize. The bidding seemed silent, instantaneous. At first I was just fascinated, in a horrified sort of way. It was like wandering into some bizarre, morbid art exhibition curated by something deeply unwell. Where did these things come from? Who owned them? What did the symbols mean? And then my blood ran cold. Colder than the Queen's winter air outside my window. My eyes locked onto one platform. Off to the side, slightly lower than the others, platform number 34. There was something on it, under the spotlight, but it wasn't an object, not like the others. It was me. Not a picture, not a drawing, a perfect three-dimensional model of myself, standing there, lifelike, chillingly accurate, down to the last detail. The worn gray hoodie I was wearing right now, the slightly crooked way I held my shoulders when I was tired, the small pale scar above my left eyebrow from that time I fell off my bike when I was 10, even the damn dark circles under my eyes from staring at screens all night. It was me, looking lost, looking small. My breath caught in my chest like a physical blow. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would crack my ribs, and above this terrifyingly perfect replica of me, blinking slowly in those same cold, white, digital letters, lot number 34, untethered, bidding starts at 7 souls. Souls? Souls? I froze solid. My hands started shaking, not just trembling, but violently shaking, rattling the cheap plastic keys of my laptop. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Some kind of elaborate prank? Some impossibly sophisticated hack? My first instinct was pure panic. Get out. I slammed my finger down on the power button, held it. Nothing. The screen stayed lit, the image of me standing on that platform, mocking me. I tried Alt F4, Ctrl Alt Delete. Nothing. The keyboard was dead. The mouse pointer wouldn't move. Frantic now, I scrambled under my desk, yanking at the power cord, ripping it from the wall socket with a shower of sparks. The laptop screen flickered for a second, went dark, and then flared back to life, brighter than before, running on its battery. The auction hall was still there. The model of me was still there. Lot number 34. And then, oh God, then it got worse. Way worse. I felt something shift, not on the screen, in the room, in my tiny cluttered Queen's apartment. The air grew thick, heavy, like trying to breathe underwater or through thick, damp wool. It pressed in on me, strangely silent. The familiar sounds of the city outside, the distant sirens, the traffic hum, faded away, muffled, then gone completely. The walls of my apartment seemed to stretch, recede, the corners dissolving into shadow, the ceiling soaring upwards into impossible blackness. The floor beneath my chair felt suddenly cold, hard, smooth like polished stone, not the cheap worn linoleum I knew. My cluttered desk, my burnt coffee-smelling reality, dissolved around me like smoke. One blink, I was in my chair, heart pounding. The next blink, I wasn't. I was there, standing, on cold, smooth obsidian, under a single chilling spotlight. I was on platform number 34. The air buzzed with a terrible, expectant silence. The vast, impossible hall stretched out around me, filled with floating platforms and their strange, sad burdens. The darkness at the edges felt alive, watching, and then I looked up, towards the balconies. High above, lining the impossible walls of the hall, were shadowy recesses, balconies carved from darkness itself, and standing on them were the bidders, figures cloaked in heavy, light-absorbing black fabric, tall, impossibly thin or squat and wide, their shapes indistinct in the gloom. But their heads were covered, not with hoods, with masks, cracked, off-white porcelain masks, each one fixed in the same expression, a wide, grotesque, painted-on grin. Empty eye sockets stared down from behind the cracked ceramic. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, watching me. My knees buckled. I nearly collapsed right there on the platform. Terror like ice water flooded my veins. This wasn't a hack. This wasn't a dream. This was real, horribly, impossibly real. And then, the bidding started. Not with words, not with sounds. Numbers just started flashing beneath my platform. Faster now, more frantic. 8 souls, 9 souls, 11 souls. And each time a new bid flashed, I felt something give way inside me, a tiny sharp pop in the back of my mind, like a thread snapping. The first time it was small, almost unnoticeable. Population. What was the name of my 5th grade math teacher? Mrs. Crabtree? No, that wasn't it. It was gone. Just a blank space where her name should have been. A weird, empty feeling. Okay, weird, but maybe just stress, right? 13 souls. The street I grew up on, Maple Avenue, Elm Street, I could picture the houses, the big oak tree on the corner, the cracked sidewalk where I learned to ride my bike. But the name, blank, completely blank, like a word erased from a page. Panic started clawing its way up my throat. No, I whispered, the sound barely audible in the vast silence. Stop. 15 souls. My childhood dog, Buddy, a scruffy little terrier mix, always shedding, always happy to see me. What color was he? Brown, black and white, golden? I couldn't picture him clearly anymore. His fur, it was just gone. The memory was smudged, indistinct. Please! I tried to shout, but my voice cracked. Tears started blurring my vision, hot and stinging. What do you want? 18 souls. My mother's laugh. She used to laugh so easily, head thrown back, a sound like wind chimes. I tried to summon it, to hear it in my head. Nothing. Just silence where the sound should be. The memory of her face was still there, thank God, but the sound of her joy, wiped clean. A sob tore itself from my chest. This wasn't just forgetting things. This was erasure. Pieces of me, pieces of my life, my history, being carved away, auctioned off to these things in grinning masks. 22 souls. What did it feel like? To be hugged? Properly hugged? Held tight? Feeling safe? I tried to remember the warmth, the pressure, the feeling of connection. It felt distant, theoretical, like reading about hugs in a book, not something I'd actually experienced. 27 souls, my own name. John, Michael, David. It felt strange, foreign, like wearing someone else's shoes. I knew it was supposed to be my name, but the connection, the feeling of meanness attached to it, was fraying, thinning out. Stop it! I finally screamed, the sound echoing horribly in the vast, empty hall. Please stop! I didn't mean to. I didn't know. Take me back. I scrambled backwards, tripping over my own feet, desperate to get off the platform, away from the spotlight, away from the flashing numbers. My pleas, my tears, my terror. It didn't matter. The bidders didn't react. If anything, the bidding seemed to intensify. Maybe they liked it. Maybe my fear was part of the price, part of the appeal. They fed on it, these silent, masked horrors. I couldn't stay there. I had to get away. I stumbled off the edge of the platform. I expected to fall, to plummet into the darkness below, but my foot landed on something solid, yet yielding, like stepping onto the surface of thick, dark water, but it held my weight. The floor of the hall wasn't truly solid. It rippled slightly under my feet like a liquid mirror reflecting the oppressive darkness above. I ran, scrabbling, slipping, running blindly across this impossible shifting floor, away from platform number 34, away from the bidders, away from the piece-by-piece destruction of my own mind. I didn't know where I was going. There was nowhere to go, just endless, echoing darkness and the terrifying geometry of the hall. Then, a figure detached itself from the shadows near a towering empty podium at one end of the hall. It was tall, unnaturally so, dressed in a tattered, old-fashioned tuxedo that seemed to absorb the dim light. Its posture was rigid, formal, but where its face should have been, there was nothing. Just smooth, pale skin, like a mannequin's head left unfinished. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. The auctioneer. It didn't walk. It glided, moving across the shifting floor without disturbing its surface, coming after me with an unnerving, silent speed. It was gaining on me. I pushed myself harder, lungs burning, legs aching, but it was no use. It flowed through the darkness like spilled ink. It came alongside me, effortlessly matching my desperate pace. And then it spoke. Its voice wasn't human. It was dry, rasping, like stones grinding together deep underground, like dirt falling on a coffin lid. Running is futile. The sound scraped the air. The transaction is in progress. What transaction? I gasped, still stumbling forward. I didn't agree to anything. Let me go. You accepted the invitation, the gravelly voice stated, flat and final. You entered the auction house. Your presence is your consent. Your existence was weighed, assessed. It paused, tilting its blank head slightly, a gesture that was somehow more terrifying than any expression could have been. You were found valuable. Valuable? Like a piece of furniture, like scrap metal? The horror of it, the sheer indignity, hit me harder than the fear. They weren't just destroying me, they were selling me, like property. I don't know how long I ran after that. Time didn't seem to work right in that place. Seconds could stretch into eternities. Hours could flash by in a blink. The hall seemed endless, the masked bidders, eternal watchers on their dark balconies. I just kept moving, driven by raw, primal terror, long after my muscles screamed and my mind felt frayed and thin. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my legs gave out, and I collapsed onto the cool, rippling floor, sobbing, gasping for air that felt too thick to breathe. Utterly broken, utterly defeated. Silence descended again, heavy and suffocating. Then, the soft, dry rustle of fabric. The auctioneer glided to a stop beside me, looming over me, its blank face an abyss. It crouched down, its movements jerky, unnatural, like a poorly handled marionette. It regarded me for a long moment, the silence stretching thin. Then, the grinding voice rasped again. The primary bidding has concluded, it stated. However, one offer remains. It paused, letting the words hang in the dead air. A final offer, a mercy bid. Mercy? What kind of mercy could exist in a place like this? Offered by a faceless thing that oversaw the auctioning of souls and memories? My mind was numb, exhausted. I couldn't even process the fear anymore. It was just emptiness. A vast, hollow ache where parts of me used to be. But anything had to be better than this endless piece-by-piece erasure. Anything to make it stop. Even if mercy meant something worse, something final. At least it would be an end. I couldn't speak. I couldn't form the words. I just looked up at the blank face, tears tracking through the grime on my cheeks, and nodded. A tiny, jerky movement. Yes. Whatever it is, just make it stop. A flicker of movement. From within the folds of its tattered sleeve, The auctioneer produced a gavel, not wood, like a normal gavel. It looked like it was carved from solidified sunlight, gleaming with a soft, golden radiance that seemed painful to look at in the oppressive darkness. It raised the golden gavel high and struck it once against the shifting liquid floor beneath us. Clang! The sound wasn't loud, but it echoed, deeply, resonating not just in the hall, but inside my bones, inside the empty spaces in my head. A wave of golden light washed over me, warm and blinding, and then, nothing. I woke up gasping, thrashing, tangled in my cheap bed sheets. My apartment, my dingy, cluttered, familiar apartment. Sunlight, weak morning sunlight, streamed through the dirty window pane, cutting stripes across the floor. The air smelled faintly of burnt plastic. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Sweat drenched my t-shirt, plastering it to my skin. I was shivering, despite the stuffy air. Was it just a nightmare? An incredibly vivid, terrifyingly detailed nightmare brought on by too much caffeine and late-night internet weirdness. Then I saw my laptop. It was on the floor beside my bed, where I must have knocked it. The screen was shattered, spiderwebbed with cracks, and curling up from the keyboard, from the vents on the side, was a thin, acrid tendril of gray smoke. It was fried, completely dead. My hands. I looked down at my hands, the tips of my fingers, where I'd been typing on that dead keyboard, where I'd frantically tried to shut it down. They were red, angry, stinging, minor burns, like touching a hot pan. Not a dream. The relief I'd felt for a split second vanished, replaced by a cold, sinking dread that settled deep in my stomach. It was real, all of it. The hall, the platforms, the bidders, the auctioneer, lot number 34, the mercy bid. What did it mean? What had I agreed to? I scrambled out of bed, my legs shaky. I needed to ground myself, to figure out what was different. I looked around the room, my room. Posters on the wall, bands I liked, movies I'd seen. They looked vaguely familiar but distant, like remembering something someone else told you about. Books crammed onto a rickety shelf. Did I buy these? Did I read them? I picked one up. The cover meant nothing to me. The author's name was a blank. Photos stuck to the refrigerator with cheap magnets. A man and a woman smiling, arms around each other. Parents? Maybe. They looked kind, but I felt no connection, no warmth of recognition. Just strangers smiling from a faded square. Another photo. Me, younger, grinning, standing next to a girl with bright red hair. A friend? A girlfriend? I didn't know her name. I didn't remember the moment the picture was taken. My heart started to race again. The blank spaces. They weren't just in the auction hall anymore. They were here, inside my head. I stumbled towards the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face. I looked in the mirror. My reflection stared back. Same face, same scar above the eyebrow, same tired eyes. But it felt like looking at someone else, someone I vaguely knew, but wasn't. My wallet was on the small table by the door. I snatched it up, fumbling with trembling fingers to get my driver's license out. My picture was there, staring back with that same unfamiliar familiarity. But the name printed beneath the picture wasn't mine. It wasn't the name I couldn't quite remember feeling connected to earlier. It was something else entirely. A completely different name. A stranger's name. Daniel Miller. Born August 12th, 1995. Height, 5 feet 10 inches. Eyes. Brown. It wasn't me. The cold dread became a physical sickness. I leaned against the wall, breathing hard. They didn't just take memories. They took me. The dark web auction, WhisperNet, Null Hand. They didn't just stalk me online. They reached out, pulled me into their nightmare marketplace, and put my existence on the block. And someone, or something, made a final bid. A mercy bid. They bought my past, my history, my connections, my name. They left the shell, the body, the face in the mirror. but the person who lived inside it, auctioned off, gone, replaced by this hollow feeling, this Daniel Miller who owned books he didn't remember reading and looked at photos of strangers who were supposed to be his family. Now sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the only sound is the hum of the refrigerator, I think I see them, standing in the shadows of my bedroom, just at the edge of my vision. The bidders, their cracked porcelain masks gleaming faintly in the darkness, their fixed, grotesque grins seeming to widen. They don't do anything. They just watch. Waiting, or just observing their purchase. And every morning, I wake up, and a little bit more is gone. Yesterday, I forgot the smell of rain on hot pavement, a smell I used to love. Today, I couldn't remember what pizza tastes like, not the specific toppings, the actual sensation of taste. Gone. It's like I'm a photograph fading slowly in the sun, disappearing piece by piece, becoming untethered, just like the auction listing said. And the worst part? The absolute worst part of this living nightmare? Pretty soon, I won't even know what I'm losing anymore. The gaps will be too big. I won't remember having a mother to forget her laugh. I won't remember having a childhood dog to forget its color. I'll just be this empty shape walking around in Daniel Miller's life. Curiosity didn't just cost me everything. It erased the very idea that I ever had anything to lose in the first place. And I drift, day by day, forgetting more, becoming less, wondering who placed that final, terrible mercy bid, and why.